Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm grateful to be here. I trust that you are feeling as well as you can be, given whatever circumstances in life you may be facing at this time. As always, remember, if there are any difficulties, that this too shall pass, and regardless of what you are feeling, it is always a valid expression of what you are experiencing, both inside and out. I hope to be your humble host today, and if I'm not, you can hold me accountable to that. Our first guests are joining now. Welcome, dear Roxy and dear Apostolos. And hello, dear Liz. Happy to have you here. I'd love to start by setting the intentions for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system, ethnicity, etc. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Hello, dear Steve, and welcome, Deed Bead. Hello, dear Monka. Hello, dear Cosmetic Alien. I'd also love to begin with an invocation of a Shanti mantra from both the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishad. Goes something like this in the ancient language of Sanskrit. Aum Sahana Vavatu Sahanao Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karva Vahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. May the divine protect us both together. May the divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. Om. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Oh, and may we work conjointly with great ease. That's one of the lines in there too. Welcome, dear G. Thank you for your likes. And thank you, dear Sean. Swami Sarva Priyananda is a wonderful teacher from the Hollywood Temple of Vedanta, from the Ramakrishna Math. Thank you, dear Banjo Farts, for your heart me. Blessing our Sangha starting off with today. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Happy to have you here, dear user 663. And thank you, dear Sergio, for your love charger. Om Ganganapataye Namah. And thank you, dear Neon Jello Pack, for your heart meme. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Dear Madeira, you ask, have I ever been through severe trauma in my life? I'm sure that depends what one regards as severe trauma, but without comparing my life to anyone's, I can certainly say that I have experienced trauma. And gratefully so, because every interaction in my life has led me to another part of myself to celebrate, get in touch with, heal, or understand better. I'm grateful for all the interactions in my life, as without them I wouldn't be who I am today. Hello, dear U. Hello, dear Dahmer Glands. Welcome, Neon Jello Pack. Yeah, you're not alone in that, Ellie. we've all experienced the worst thing that's ever happened to us. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure we'd get into all sorts of trouble comparing any of our specific experiences with each other in terms of a scale of how bad it was. But for any one of us in particular, we all have had a worst day. And the only thing we know is what we've experienced when it comes to our own feelings, when it comes to our own traumas, for example. The worst thing that's ever happened to us is the worst thing that's ever happened to us, you know? Fortunately, regardless of the intensity of our negative experiences, there is always an equal possibility for an intensely positive and wonderful experience also. In fact, the deeper one goes into their own despair, the higher it seems when you rise into your joy. Thank you, dear Tapini, for your heartbeat. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namah. Hello, Mr. Parasite. Hello, dear Jilly Appleby. You have a question, dear Liz. Have I ever felt disconnected from my spiritual self, almost stuck? How can you be disconnected from that which you eternally are? The very essential nature we call our spirit is the unchanging part of you. You could never be disconnected from that. And if you were, you'd never know. Because you'd have no concept of a spiritual self. So the very fact that you know that you are on a spiritual path means that you have realized that part of you that can never leave you. But sometimes we have hard days. You're allowed hard days. Having hard days doesn't make you any less spiritual. Spiritual people aren't going around having only good days. That's not what it means to be spiritual. Being spiritual means that you allow everything to pass with grace. Your good days and your hard days. And you can turn your hard days good. And you can enjoy the hardness of good days also. It's about finding that equilibrium where no matter what kind of day you are facing, you meet it with a kind of grace. Take care of your body. Take care of your mental health. All that's important. And the more you show up with love, the more spiritual you are. Thank you, dear Bro Rob Bob. My goodness, that is a tongue twister. Bro Rob Bob, thank you for your heart name. Om Kamalir Mahakalikaye Namaha. Dear Morgan Prabhu, thank you for your heart name. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Good morning, dear Zia. Hello, dear Eira, and thank you for your heart me as well. Radhe, Radhe. I had a good time for movie night. Thank you, dear Niangelo Pack. Thank you, dear Dama Glans. Hello, dear Vioma. Savitur. Om Bhuvaswa Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Deyo Yonah Prachodayat. Thank you, dear JNM, for your heart name. Om Bhram Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. And dear Reese, if you can tell me if there's a preferable way to pronounce your name, please let me know. Thank you for your heart, ma'am. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namah. Thank you for the love from Ireland, dear lack of supervision. And thank you, dear Manka. I have not read The Science of Self-Realization, dear Oswald, but that sounds like a great book. Dear Liz, you feel very detached from everything, very stuck in the material. You are allowed to have a material experience. The spiritual world and the material world are inseparable. To have a spirit implies that you will have a body in order to express that spirit. It's just a question of which direction are you trying to get your energies to flow. Are you trying to get something from the material world? Well, then that is your mistake, because there's nothing that's going to make you happy materially. Your happiness comes from within you, that you get to express through the material. You are allowed to have a material experience. And if you understand that the energy is meant to flow outward, that you are here to give, and the material things in our lives are just spiritual instruments, if you can use them for that purpose. You can express your joy through everything you have, rather than trying to extract joy from what you have. Zia, you're sick in bed, ready for a cozy stream. Oh, well, you're in the perfect place for some rest. Dear U, you ask, how do you overcome impulsive eating? Well, it's not going to come through any diet or any kind of self-restraint. It comes from understanding yourself, loving yourself, and watching how your behavior slowly changes over time as a result of that self-love and understanding. You cannot simply expect yourself to change just because you want to. You have to understand the root cause of the problem. Why is it that you engage in this thing? Forget about what you're doing. Ask why you're doing it. And then sit with that vulnerability. Is that related to some trauma? Is that related to some insecurity? Is that related to some wound that you are trying to cover up through some other behavior? Go deep within yourself and ask the tough questions that you don't want to ask, but you need to ask. Ask yourself, what am I not attending to in here? I could tell you all sorts of the negative repercussions, but it's the same thing with smokers. Smokers are well aware of the negative consequences of smoking. That's not going to get them to stop. They have to ask themselves, why am I pursuing this? What is the cause? Do I feel like I am lacking something in my life? Where does that feeling of emptiness or lack come from that I'm filling by some other need? And how can I abide in that spaciousness without the need to fill it with anything external? That's going to be a very personal thing for you, and I couldn't get into that without some probably psychological credentials. So I certainly encourage you to get the support you need from a licensed healthcare professional. And much love to you, dear U. A similar question from S. Nisha, you can't get a handle on your addiction with alcohol. Any suggestions? Similar things to that I said to U, but specifically for alcohol. Notice that you are a brilliant being. You know it deep down. The people who love you in your life know it deep down. I've never met an alcoholic that wasn't brilliant in some way. I've noticed that. It's an observation I've made. The connection is, people who try to numb their mind have the sharpest minds. Their minds are so sharp that they end up, so to speak, cutting themselves with the sharpness of their own mind. That their intelligence is so acute that they get into every nook and cranny of the world. And they feel that all so deeply. And so you numb that because it's overwhelming. You've probably also experienced some really dark things, and your mind is so powerful that it can bring all of those visualizations back, and it's so real that the only way, apparently, to calm that sea is to try to drown those sorrows. But they always come back again, and that leads to the vicious cycle of picking up the bottle again and again. Solution? Allow yourself to go through those experiences of the mind. Try sitting through them until they pass, and notice that they don't arise again once you've finally sat through them and processed everything you need to process. Allow your mind to be brilliant. Allow it to be sharp. Allow it to be powerful. And with some discipline, steady yourself like a boat on a rocky sea. Ride the waves. Don't fall in. Have some spiritual practice in your life. Surround yourself with positive people. Become acquainted with the dark side of your mind without fear. Be courageous and allow your mind to take you on an exploration of your own traumas and memories and expanded awareness into the suffering of the world. And let that processing come to pass. Thank you, dear water wind, for the heartbeat that you sent. Om Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Dear Sergio, thank you for your trio of TikToks. Om Dum Durgaya Namaha. Namaste, dear Stevie G. Welcome, dear Eric. Namaskara, dear Dancing Aurora Borealis. Hello, Mr. Noah. Welcome, dear Chloe from Oregon. Thank you, dear Mara. There is a sock on the microphone, dear Rosie. But what kind of sock? Oh, I guess Yin already answered that. Well observed, dear Yin. Mm-hmm. Dear Stevie G, you share. So, basically just questioning and observing yourself to break addictions. Not just, but that is the necessary step that needs to take place as a basis for all other steps. You have to get to the root. If you try doing anything before you get to the root, then the weeds will still grow back, right? You can put insecticides on, you can cover up the soil, you can trim the leaves back. But if the roots are still there, if the roots are still healthy, strong and grounded, then the weeds will continue to grow back. Questioning and observing is how you get to the root of these problems. Dear Folko, you share not a spiritual question, but still you hate your boss, but you want to keep your job. How not being a hypocrite? Communicate with your boss. Your boss, no matter how terrible of a person they are, is still a person. And people are communicable. Hopefully. At some level, at least. Whatever opening you have to communicate with your boss, please do. If you're going to be around people that you hate, at least talk to them so that you discover parts of them you don't hate, or that you work through the parts that you do hate with them. Don't just sit there and take it. If you really want this job, then express that to your job, to your boss. Say, I love this job. I want to work here. I just want a better relationship with you. That's all. That I'm very grateful that you allow me to work for this place and that you write my checks every month or whatever. But there are some things that would make me an even better worker for you. And if we can work on these things, I can promise you, oh boss, that I will apply myself even harder and work towards goals that you want me to pursue. You know, a occupation should be a two-way relationship. There are expectations that you have as a worker, but then there's expectations that your boss has as your employer. You both need to communicate with each other equally to make it an important experience, or a healthy experience for the both of you. Thank you, dear Sareto, for your rose. Om Namah Shivaya. Connecting with Source is a very powerful thing. The most powerful thing, dear Sergio. Was there a first part of the question that didn't come through? I just see, to connect with Source? If that's taking on to the discussion on addictions, absolutely. Yeah. Another thing I will say to that is, you cannot get through addictions alone, but that doesn't mean that you have to have another person helping you. It doesn't have to be another person that makes you feel not alone. It can be your very own higher self. It can be the divine, the universe. If you feel helped, assisted, guided by a higher power, that's even better. Hello, dear Cortez. Dear K-Dub, you ask, how often do I have the realization that this is all just one happening? For you, it's sometimes every day, and then I try to fill my day with spiritual activities, and so it's pretty constant for me. If you spend time in nature, I think that realization becomes more and more constant, because that is just the essence of all forms of life, being part of one happening. The more you engage with life from a spiritual perspective, which naturally comes out of anyone when they're in nature, for instance, it becomes a more continual thing. But sometimes every day, that's wonderful. Yeah, that is an achievement in and of itself, and I'm happy for you. Yeah, addiction can certainly be genetic, as we carry generational trauma. Dear Anne. Hello, dear Blood. Hello, Hajar. Thank you, dear Milan. I do love orange. Hello, dear Sareto from Frankfurt. Much love to you too. Hello, dear Anna and Anna's hubby. Hello, dear Emilio. Dear Milan, you had asked how to deal with a brother who you haven't talked with, only forgave in your own company, but not to face. You can start with exactly that. I often find if you don't know what to say to someone, you start with that. Hey, I want to communicate with you, but I don't know where to start. It's a beautiful paradox that resolves itself. You start with exactly that. I want to forgive you, and I've done so privately, but I haven't had the chance to do it face to face yet. I think that's one of the most wonderfully simple parts about communication, is if you're confused or struggling with any part of a conversation, that can be your next talking point. Sorry, I'm feeling really awkward right now. Or, hey, you are telling such a great story right now, and I wish I had more to add of my own. I'm just listening. You know, you can be meta with the conversation. And that's a very healthy way to converse. Hello, dear Spirit's Whisper medium. I gave you goosebumps, shares Volko. Oh, I hope that's a good thing. Thank you, dear Emilio. Dear Pepe, you ask how to deal with loneliness and isolation. Sometimes you need it. Sometimes you need that solitude to become better friends with yourself. Other times, you can challenge yourself to go outside your comfort zone. I know that you know what you need intuitively, and I trust your judgment with that. That if you feel like what you're experiencing is a call for solitude, then use that. Become meditative in your cocoon as you grow your wings. And then if you feel like it's time to go outside of that cocoon, time to go out and meet people, expand your wings and fly, then trust that that discomfort is proof that you are growing outside of your comfort zone, because growth doesn't happen without resistance. But throughout all of that, whatever phase you are in, the universe is there. And I mean that in the most blatant way. This universe is here, and you are a part of it. And if you are a very lively part of it, then what's to say about the life that exists within every other particle of this existence? The very air that you breathe. If you stop breathing that for even a few minutes, you would go out of consciousness of this waking world. So this air is part of your consciousness. Therefore, with the sunlight, without this warmth, we would shiver up and freeze, and our metabolism would stop working. So the sunlight is part of your metabolism. Every single part of this world is interconnected with another part, which means that you're never truly alone. There's always some connection to the universe around you. I love that, dear Jenna. You think nature is good if we take care of it. It takes care of us. I love that. Yeah. Dear Amelia, you ask, does age or gender have any bearing on my identity? I assume you're asking about my gender or age. Well, I have a body, and this body definitely has a gender and age, and it's my duty to take care of this body, especially taking into account its age and its gender. I'm very grateful to have this body. I love this body. Yeah. And someday I will have to let go of this body. And it will be sad, because I'm sure I've come to associate so many memories with this body. And that's something that I think about almost every day. I'm definitely not at the place where I can say, oh yeah, this body doesn't mean anything to me and I can let it go. It came from my mother. I still have my associations with my mother. I love her very much. One day I have to give this body back to the big mother, Mother Earth, and that will be hard for me, yeah. But every day I think I learn more and more about my relationship with this body. But the soul itself, the conscious spirit, no, it has no age nor gender. Or you could say it has experienced all ages and all gender, because from that nothingness you'll find everything. It's beautiful, Mr. Noan. We're all in this together. Hello, dear Riri. Lack of supervision, you ask, what's my thoughts on the red string theory? If I remember correctly, that's the folktale from, is it Japanese storytelling tradition? That there's a red string between your heart and the person you're meant to be with. Or maybe it's wrapped around your pinky, for example. I like that you've turned it from a story into a theory. You know, theory is a way of thinking about the world, if I'm correct, that's what you're referring to. I think there's a beautiful truth that there is something that connects you and everyone that you're meant to be with in this life. Dear Hexa, you ask, what if they withdraw and that sends you into a spiral of trying to communicate when they don't want to? If they don't want to communicate, then that doesn't say anything about you. You're not communicating wrong. You didn't say the wrong words. It's where they are in life. It's the same way if you didn't want to communicate and someone was trying to communicate with you. If you were setting boundaries, either explicitly or implicitly through your silence, you wouldn't want them to feel bad about it. You're going through something and you need your own space, and you might even apologize, say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood to talk right now. I'm not in a period of my life where I can really keep up something like that, and you'd wish them well. And you can only hope to see the reflection of that in those around you and empathize. If other people are having a difficult time communicating, that's okay. That doesn't say anything negative about you. You can wish well for them too, and open space for dialogue if they ever wish to, without any expectations. Thank you, Mr. Driller, for your rose. Som Somaya Namaha. Hello, dear MJ. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? And hello, dear Sakura. Dear Sergio, you ask, is there a yoga in the Bhagavad Gita that is recommended as the most effective to connect with Source? Actually, there's a funny answer to your question, and that's all of them. Literally speaking, Krishna at different parts in the Bhagavad Gita praises each type of yoga as the best. Starts off praising Karma Yoga as the best. Krishna says, oh, you'll find no better yoga than Karma Yoga. Then when he starts talking about Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga is the yoga of action. Jnana Yoga is the yoga of knowledge. Then Krishna says there is no yoga more sublime than Jnana Yoga. And then when he starts talking about Bhakti Yoga, he says Bhakti Yoga is where it's at. That's the best yoga. So you might be thinking, well, which is it, Krishna? Here the divine is speaking to us as a form from the source. Each time they talk about a different yoga, they praise it as the best. But then Krishna sets the record straight. Afterwards he says, there is no true difference between Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, or Bhakti Yoga. These are not separate paths to follow, they are one. And how does that work? Well, from your knowledge, you know that it is your duty to serve. From your Jnana Yoga, from your practice of knowledge of yoga, or your practice of yoga of knowledge, you come to the understanding that it's your duty to serve. So, to serve, you practice karma yoga, the yoga of action. And what motivates you to do that? Your loving devotion as a practice of Bhakti yoga, that you are serving the divine within everyone. And from your service, you end up learning so much more. You increase in your Jnana Yoga. Your Jnana Yoga informs you about all the things to love about the divine. That increases your Bhakti Yoga. Your Bhakti Yoga increases your will to serve, engaging in Karma Yoga. It's this feedback loop. They're all one in this way. They harmonize, they synergize, in fact. So they are all best. Thank you, Mr. Nohan, for your corgi. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Dear dude, you ask, am I afraid to die? I've come to understand that it is not me that dies, but the body as it returns to Mother Earth. Is there a fear that comes from the body concerning its preservation? Absolutely. That mechanism to signal the potential presence of something that could damage this borrowing of Mother Earth through which we express ourselves is known as fear. We have to have a healthy relationship with that fear. And we have to teach the body, almost, what things that are worthy of fearing and what things are truly not. A tiger jumping at you from the bushes? Probably. Whether you file your taxes correctly or not? Probably not something to have the same fear response as a tiger jumping out of the bushes. But the body doesn't know. The body may experience both of those experiences with the same level of fear. When you submit your tax filings, it might feel like there's a tiger in the bushes. You have to teach your body that the mundane aspects of society are not equivalent to life or death situations, but so much of it feels like that because we're running on ancient hardware that isn't used to having society and social customs and social norms and how we fit into our interpersonal network, that the sense of anxiety and worry and regret and fear we feel is using the same system as our survival mechanism. So we have to teach the body to feel much better in most cases, because it often feels a lot worse than it needs to be. Thank you, dear Anazak, for your heart meme. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Dear Dob Darker, thank you for your heart meme. Om Mitraya Namaha. Hello, dear Yale. I am doing well, thank you. How are you? I love that blood. Hello, dear Nanda. Stevie G, you had asked, what must we do, become, or reach in order to come to a place where reincarnation is not needed? Now that's a big question. You were talking about merging with the cosmos as a whole, where you are one with every single particle. In essence, you dissolve your personal identity back into the universal source. And then it's up to the source to decide what you become next, if anything at all. But you live as one with the source. If there is a most ultimate state of being, it is, of course, that. But that doesn't mean that all of us should be striving for that. Interestingly enough, the life that we live as humans need not be less than the life we live if we were completely one with the source. In fact, there's a reason that the source divided, per se, into all of us to live as humans. There is a certain ability in the human experience that comes from our limitations. In a kind of ironic sense, being unlimited has a kind of limitation, which is that you don't get to experience what it's like to be limited. And being limited at a human level is a wonderful experience. And if you don't believe me, just think about this thought experiment with me. Imagine you give an artist every single kind of art medium possible. Every type of color, every type of paint, pastel, charcoal, infinitely many canvases and easels. You give them clay, you give them pottery kilns, you give them all sorts of types of whatchamacallits, doodads and thingamajiggies. This infinite warehouse of every possible art medium that's ever been. And you give them infinite access to all this. They are free to choose whatever they want and make something of that. They can make something at any time of the day, anything they want to make. I guarantee that if you gave an artist all that, they wouldn't make any art. Because art thrives in limitation. You give an artist just a crayon, a piece of charcoal, and the back of an envelope, and 30 minutes to make something related to the moon. They will make the most beautiful piece of art possible, just with those limitations. But if you gave them everything, they wouldn't know what to make. That is the beauty of the human experience. We are limited in a way that ushers our Shakti, our creative potential, into manifestation. But if you want to merge with Source, that's not something that I can teach you. You have to go to someone who truly is willing to be responsible for that kind of undertaking, which I am not. Because I could never do that. I love you, Stevie G. And I don't have the heart to teach you how to dissolve yourself into nothingness. I'd miss you. But that's my limitation. Thank you, dear Neangelo Back, for your 117 cheers. My goodness. Oh. Ganesh, Ring Nadita me, Ring Devita me, I'm Saraswatyai Swaha. And thank you, Melissa, for your heart me. Om Ravaye Namaha. Dear Hatred, you ask, how do you reduce the stress you have because of your final exams? Whatever grade you get is not you. Whatever grade you get is like 10% your effort, 50% how your teacher is feeling in that moment and in their relationship to you. And 40% in the hands of the mysterious divine will. So just take care of your 10% of effort, and that's enough. Do what you can, and know that the majority of it is outside of your control. And your life is not determined by what mood your teacher is feeling when they're grading your exam. Your life is determined by that 10% of effort. That is to say, it does not matter what grades you get in life. It matters that you apply yourself. Even if you fail again and again and again, the success is in the effort. If you feel like you've put in the effort, then you have won, and you should be proud of that effort. As the wise saying goes, when the measure becomes the target, it ceases from being a good measure. So don't measure yourself up to the target, the grades, what you get in return. Apply yourself because you love this field and you want to study and you enjoy it. Then it doesn't matter what happens next. Thank you, dear Michael, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And dear Anazek, thank you for your 49 roses. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Is that so, dear Caviar? Hello, dear Rahina. Dear Anna, you ask, who's my favorite cartoon character? Well, I have an extra special spot for SpongeBob in my heart. Hello, dear Marcy. That's funny, Alexandra. I mean to tell you that making a phone call won't threaten your very existence. That's right. And although it doesn't feel like it, scheduling your next doctor's appointment is not a life or death situation. Well, that's up to your doctor to decide. But the scheduling of the phone call itself is not. Dear Stephanie, you share you're struggling today with body symptoms from anxiety. Any advice? Listen to your body. What does it need? To go outside? Fresh air? Get some sunlight? Be immersed in water? Sit in front of a candle or a fire? Connect with the elements. Your body is made up of them. It can feel like it's in a state of fight or flight when it's outside of its comfort zone. And the comfort zone doesn't have to be your bed. It can be in the forest or in the sun. It can be in front of a large body of water or in the wind. Maybe you can try connecting with the elements today, dear Stephanie. Dear Yale, you ask, is there a reason, the number 3, to be constant in all this? gunas, yogas, etc. Yeah, that comes from the Trinity of creation, preservation, and destruction. The gunas, tamas, rajas, and sattva. Almost every Trinity is related to the gunas. Past, present, and future. That's tamasic, sattvic, and rajasic. Body, mind, and soul. That's tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic. Waking, dream, deep sleep. That's sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. Memory, concentration, and imagination. That's tamasic, sattvic, and rajasic. Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu are tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic. First there was one. That one split into two. And from that two arose three. So it's the third stage in creation. Being such an early stage, almost everything can trace back to some part of this Trinity. The Trinity of creation, preservation, and destruction, or a better translation is dissolution. Dear blood, you're wondering, what was my childhood like? And when did I decide to pursue this spiritual kind of path in life? I like to think that my childhood is still ongoing, because I've never not felt like a child. I've only added to my childlike feelings some adult feelings that I didn't have when I was younger. But all the feelings I had as a child are still with me, so it's still ongoing. I like to play, I like to run around, I like to be in nature. I love stories, I love games. Yeah, I'm very blessed to have had parents that inspired in me to pursue a path that worked for me as long as it didn't sacrifice my happiness or anyone else's happiness. All my parents really wanted for me when I grew up is to be happy and kind, and I hope to get better at expressing my happiness and be kinder every day. And when did I decide to pursue this spiritual kind of path in life? I didn't. Yeah. No decision was made spiritually. It just is. And thank you, dear Talon, for your heart, ma'am. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. Hello, dear lovable eccentricity. Welcome, dearest Ansuela Priya. Namaste, dear Melissa. Decision paralysis. Decision paralysis, shares Neon Jello Pack. Yeah, exactly. Every option is a good option. It is mind-boggling, isn't it, dear Morven? Honesty is the best policy, shares Emilio. Well, second best, actually. In the 5 yamas, honesty comes after ahimsa, causing the least harm, which means sometimes the way to cause the least harm is to be a little dishonest. For example, suppose you're really mad at your significant other, your person, your lover, but they said, "Do you love me?" And in that moment, you don't feel it. In that moment, you're feeling, "I hate this person. You have eaten my lunch today. I was going to eat that sandwich. I hate this person." Now, what would cause the least harm? To be honest and say, "I hate you for eating my sandwich." Or would a little bit of dishonesty actually be better? In that moment you could say, I love you. I love you too. You're going to let it slide. You're going to process it on your own time. That could be a very valid situation. Now, there are certainly times to be honest about that. I am not going to stand for you eating my sandwich. I cannot have you doing that. But you know, if they start off the conversation with, I love you. Do you love me? You gotta say, I love you too. Ahimsa. But satya is the second. Satya is the second best policy. Truthfulness. Thank you, dear Maria, for your heartbeat. Bhanave Namaha. Dear Illuminate, thank you for your 6 roses. Pushne Namaha. And dear Tattvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Hiranyagarbhaya Namaha. We get lots of wonderful comments. I'm just going through them one by one. Welcome back, dear Ghosty. Radhe, Radhe, dearest Magdalene Priya. Salt baths can be very wonderful for your body, dear lovable eccentricity. Nice to have you back, dear Taylin. You finally got a job. I'm happy to hear that. And you happy with it? You have a driving test tomorrow, dear Ollie. Well, just don't run anyone over. Yeah. Err on the side of caution. Do a meditation before you go. Jai Shri Ram. Dear John Tyler. Am I ever upset? Asks lowercase g. Yeah, I'm only human. But can I be upset with myself when I'm upset? Now that's another question. Can you allow yourself to be upset without taking away from your happiness? Can you be happy while you're upset? Now that's another question. Welcome, dear Tauki. Same day, different shit. It's always today. The day never changes. Only the stuff in that day changes, like the name. The name for today changes from Sunday to Monday, etc. But it's always today. Same day, different shit. I'm glad you like orange, dear Polly. I like SpongeBob because SpongeBob is always ready. I'm ready. That's right. Lovable eccentricity, you got it. Dear Lysistrata, you ask, can I say trans rights? We can talk about that. Of course, people should have autonomy over their body and allowed to live, allowed to be alive, regardless of how they choose to have a relationship with their own body. Their body is their own personal dominion, their own temple to decide what to do with. And we all have a flow of masculinity and femininity in us, regardless of the body that we are born with. Dear Emilio, you ask, how long have I been studying Hinduism? I think 8 years. About 8 years, I think. feeling happier every day, dear Anna. Dear Luna, you ask, did I ever feel the feeling like you have some kind of power or you're going to do something great? I love that. That's a great feeling to tap into. Yeah, you are all going to do something great in this world. I believe in that. Dear Melissa, you ask, why do I think mental illness exists? And is it a part of mind, body, or soul, or maybe all? Well, mental refers to the mind, but our mind definitely has a relationship with our body and our soul. The mind is the intermediary between our body and our soul. Why does our mind have mental illness? Well, why does our body have physical illness? You could say it's because of poor health conditions, poor sanitary conditions, and the existence of diseases, and not washing your hands, but that's not why. That's how disease happens. Why is a personal and intimate question that you get to ask yourself. And for me, when I ask myself, why do I get sick? It's because the divine, the universe, is wanting me to get more in touch with my body, its boundaries, its needs, its vulnerability, and the preciousness of having one at all. I'm grateful to get sick when I do, because it teaches me new things about patience, about interdependence, about responsibilities and rest. And similar analogies apply for the mind and its mental health problems. Whenever my mind is going through something unhealthy, that's a chance for me to learn something more about my mind, how to take better care of it, and its boundaries, its responsibilities, its needs for rest as well. That's why I think it exists, and it will always be the case. It's not a problem in the world, it's an opportunity. Every negativity seen from the angle of a challenge, an opportunity, a blessing, becomes some dimension to expand into, and we can be grateful for it all. Easier said than done. Thank you, dear Mark. I almost just called you by your last name. Dear Martinez, thank you, Franklin, for your heartmeat and ice cream cone. Om Richaye Namaha. And thank you, Melissa, for your rose. Om Adityaya Namaha. And thank you, dear MJ, for your paper crane. Om Savitri Namaha. Good to see you, dear Morg. What are the 6 perfections? What are the 6 perfections? I'm not sure, but the chakra that has 6 petals, each petal is associated with anger, hate, greed, jealousy, cruelty, and laziness. So the flip side of that would be patience, compassion, non-hoarding, happiness for others' success, loving kindness, productivity, effort. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, but maybe you can remind me if there are any 6 in particular that you're referring to. Blood, you share every time you try to reframe a concept or see something different, it always feels like you're being delusional or denying reality. Well, maybe you can reframe that feeling. You clearly have a part of you that believes strongly in sticking to one perspective or frame of reference. So, you can look at that in a positive sense too. You can reframe that feeling as being a part of you that remains loyal. You are very loyal to your worldviews, and that's beautiful. And you can find a way to compromise with the other parts of you too. Don't feel like you have to change your mind, just add to your mind. You never lose a worldview or perspective or angle at something. You only add another one that you get to put with all your other perspectives. And you can choose which one feels right, as long as it brings you into peace without sacrificing anyone's health, including your own bodies or minds. Then that's a wonderful perspective to have. It's beautiful, dear Emilio. I wish you success on the spiritual path. Thank you, dear MJ, for your paper crayon. Oh, I thanked you before. I thank you twice, because your gift is so nice. Stevie G, you're wondering if I can explain the yoga of knowledge. You feel like you've been practicing this one unknowingly. The yoga of knowledge, remember, yoga means union. So Jnana Yoga means to be one with your knowledge. What does it mean to be one with your knowledge? It means that it's not just theoretical, it's a lived experience. You practice what you preach. More generally, Jnana Yoga also refers to the sets of practices that help you with this, namely Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. Shravana means listening, or more generally, perceiving higher things through scripture, through lecture, or through your own discovery. Manana means engaging with the truth, questioning it, asking the hard-hitting, challenging inquiries into the nature of this truth, dabbling with different perspectives until you find a way in which they harmonize. Interact with it, intellectualize it. But don't get stuck there. The last, as we said, is nididhyasana, which means putting it into practice. Find a way to express that truth. Truth is useless if it's not put into practice. What use is knowing that all is one if you don't behave as though all is one? If you're still behaving as a separate individual and you're trying to cultivate something for yourself and yourself alone, then you haven't truly utilized that knowledge that all is one. To utilize that knowledge that all is one means to serve this body and mind as you would serve everybody, and vice versa. Then you're truly living the teaching that all is one. That's Jnana Yoga. You're funny, dear Talon. Dear Polly, you ask, what are my views on dream meanings? I think it's a way of feeling connected with every other experience in the past and future. When you engage in the subconscious world, you are engaging in a place where time does not flow linearly. And that allows you to be in touch with the fullness of this present moment as not just a slice of time, but as the culmination of all past events and the seed for all future events. Finding meaning in your dreams allows you, therefore, to come to terms with past experiences and prepare you for future experiences. That's right, it is a chroma key behind on the wall, dear Boston. Specifically blue. I'm glad that you'll like your job, dear Taylor. Thank you for your likes, dear Melissa. We are all responsible for our own happiness or sadness, whatever the case may be. Very true, Mr. No One. I'm glad you liked the same day, different sheet bit, dear Talon. We all just have to be in touch with our Kundalini energy. I like that, Stephen. Dear Blood, you ask, are concepts of masculinity and femininity not social constructs? There are many social constructs concerning what it means to be a male or female. But being a male or female is something different from being masculine or feminine. There are completely arbitrary social constructs for how women should behave versus how men should behave. But male and female have nothing to do with whether you're masculine or feminine. These are ancient divine archetypes. Masculine means Shiva. Feminine means Shakti. Shiva means the innermost consciousness. That's masculine. That's not a social construct. That is your essential being, regardless of what body you have. Shakti means creative power. That's something we all have as well, through our bodies and minds, through our expression, how we engage with the world. Everything we do is part of the feminine. Shakti, this is all Mother Nature. But the very background, the listener, the watcher, the hearer, the firmament of your experience, that is the observer, that is the masculine, the Holy Father, the consciousness, the source. And they're not opposites, they're complements. And we all have both the masculine in the form of consciousness and the feminine in the form of our body. A male is a feminine being. A female is also a feminine being, because both male and female are bodies, and bodies are all feminine, because all bodies come from the mother, from Mother Nature too. So, if you think that you have to be one way because you're male or a different way because you're female, that's a social construct. But having divine consciousness, that is the masculine, and having divine energy, that is the body and mind and this whole universe before us, that is the feminine. These are very real. I do have a partner, dear Madeira. Can we talk more about that, dear Crossfires? How we were born with male and female? Or I think you meant masculine and feminine. Yeah, we just did. So it was perfect. That worked out. Thank you, dear Talon. I'm glad you find calmness here, dear Anna. Stephen, you had asked, how long have I been on my path to enlightenment? I've always been on the path. We all have. Even before you considered yourself spiritual, you were on the path, because those experiences add to your enlightenment, just as spiritual experiences do. Hello, dear Jack. You're welcome, dear Melissa. I love that, dear Dancing Barefoot. Elizabeth, you ask, how do you rest your mind? You allow it to be bored. Literally, you pick times where your mind isn't fixated on anything in particular. You just kind of let it wander. The mind is unique in that its form of rest is different from the body's. Your body rests through stillness. Stillness is not a quality of the mind. But there is a kind of rest that comes in a different way. That comes from letting your mind flow. What is constant in rest for the body is the physical location. When the physical location is constant, then that's rest. But when the velocity of the mind is constant, when the mind's not accelerating or decelerating, it's flowing seamlessly without any forces put on it, then that is rest for the mind. It's derivatives in physics. When the zero with the derivative is zero for the body, then it's rest. But when the first derivative for the mind is zero, or wait, no, I got that wrong. When the first derivative for the body is zero, when there's no speed, then your body is at rest. But when the second derivative of your mind is zero, then it's at rest. And when the zero with the derivative of your soul is zero, then your soul is at rest. That is to say, when its position is zero in the source. Some good spiritual physics for you. How many of you know your calculus? Statistically, probably a couple of you. A couple of you got that. You're very welcome, dear Boss Jim. How did I get into Buddhism? Asks Dancing Barefoot. I got into Buddhism after I got into mathematics. I stumbled across some realizations that I had while exploring mathematics that I felt like I had heard before in passing from the Buddha. I thought, my goodness, if using the modern mathematics I arrived at this conclusion about nothingness and everythingness, the Buddha must be an even greater mathematician than I'll ever be. So let me continue where he left off. Or rather, let myself end and pick up where the Buddha began. Dear Tatvamasi, you ask, can one's spiritual questions be answered by one another? If you place yourself in the person answering, yeah. So it is true that only you can answer your spiritual questions. But only you doesn't have to mean just this body and mind. If you, your sense of self, includes others, then others can answer your own questions for you, because you relate in their experience as your own, and vice versa. And thank you, dear Dancing Barefoot. Thank you, dear Guided by Luna, for your heart me. Glad that you love the moon. I love the moon too. Today is Trayodashi, the 13th day in the lunar calendar of the Shukla Paksha, the waxing phase. That is to say, we are 2 tithis, 2 lunar days before Purnima, the full moon. Tonight's day, that's a funny saying. Tonight's lunar day is dedicated to Kama. Trayodashi is associated with the god of love, the god of passion, the god of desire. So today is a good day to get your desires fulfilled by Kama. according to the lunar calendar. What am I looking at in front of me? Asks Lainey Luna. We got a bunch of Lunas here. I'm surrounded by lunatics. But it's okay, I'm one too. I'm a Selenophile as well. I'm looking at the chat in front of me. I'm not streaming on my phone. Well, I am. I'm using my phone as my camera, but it's hooked up to my desktop. And on the screen of my desktop, I have the chat, which is just below my camera. So if you're wondering why I'm not making eye contact while I'm reading, it's because, well, the text isn't up there. I'd have to be reading out of my peripheral vision, which I don't even know if that's a thing you can do. Here, I'll try. No, can't make out a single letter. No, I have to bring my eyes over there. Now I can read. Dancing barefoot, you believe the 6 perfections are generosity, ethical conduct, patience, diligence, concentration, and wisdom. Thank you, dear Dancing Barefoot. I love that. Stevie G, you ask how to spell the Sanskrit word for the yoga of knowledge. Yeah, it's a tough one. J-N-Y, A long A, so it's double A, or A with a bar over it, N-A. That's J-N-Y, the N with a tilde over it, the palatal nasal, nya, long A, N-A, J, nya, A-na, jnana. But if you just look up yoga of knowledge, you'll find that too. Thank you, John Tyler, for your rose. Arkaya Namaha. And dear Hope, the Arkaya, thank you for your rose. Bhaskaraya Namaha. Now, where am I in the comment section? We've had a lot of lovely comments today. Here we are. Thank you, dear G, for sending your love to everyone in chat and who are listening quietly, sharing space and time with all of you. The kiddies have not come in the room today yet, dear Marcy. But if they do, you'll be the first for me to tell you. You've got green tea and cake time. Today's cake is chocolate eclair. Oh, don't make me hungry, Mr. Noah. Dear Tatvamasi, you ask, the jnana in Jnana Yoga, is that jnana of mind or ego or the jnana of transcendence? How many times can we say jnana? It is Atma Vidya and Brahma Vidya. The knowledge, the vidya of the self and its relation to everything else. Brahman. That includes knowledge of your relationship to the mind and your ego. To have a healthy relationship with them is necessary for transcendence, because these are the tools for your moksha, liberation. Hello, dear Mariham. Lovable eccentricity, you share oddly you did better at calculus than algebra. Why would that be? It's a good question. Probably because they'd walk you through calculus closer than they do algebra. I often found my algebra studies were missing the foundations. They don't teach you why algebraic rules are the way they are, but they do teach you why calculus rules are the way they are. They walk, at least in my education, they walk you through limits and sequences and series and tangents, and you work your way up to understanding the fundamental theorem of calculus, but you never get to understand the fundamental theorem of algebra, nor do they teach you about algebraic structures. They just kind of jump right into algebra without the foundational. reasons why, and then we're just left like, what? Why? I don't understand. Anyway, that's a tangent. Thank you, dear Michael, for your rose. Om Ham Jum Sa Turyambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushdevardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Varityor Mukshiya Mamritat. Karma is your dog's name. I love that, Luna. Your dog's name is Action. I imagine your dog must be full of energy. Otherwise, it would be terribly ironic. John James, you ask, how do you tap into your creativity? You tap into your creativity by tapping into the parts of you that want to be expressed. Is there something that you would love to see on a painting from your own experience? Is there something you'd wish to hear in a song from your own experience? Do you want to express your agony? Do you want to express your love? Do you want to articulate something that the world needs to hear? What is inside you that needs to get out? And what space outside can be filled by something inside? Ask yourself those questions and you will be led to the source of creativity in you. There, you spelt it right there, Stevie G. Yes. Jnana Yoga. Hello, dear Kara. Could I say more about the upcoming full moon from a Buddhist perspective? I don't know much about the lunar calendar from a Buddhist perspective, but I can tell you from a little bit more of a Hindu perspective that Purnima is a very important time for Shakti, for the divine feminine. During the waxing phase, that's the best time to engage in Shakti sadhana, that is to say, divine feminine sadhana, that you are putting your spiritual energy into the world. You are being unstoppable. The moon represents the divine feminine, and so when she is fully illumined, reflecting the light from the sun, then that is the divine feminine in her fullest form, symbolically speaking, Shakti. And then after that, for the next 15 days or so, you enter the Krishna Paksha, the waning phase, where it's time to bring your energies back inward. That transition is very crucial, because on a full moon, your energies want to come out, and you might feel like they should stay out. And if you try to get your energies to the same level on the day after a full moon, you might end up slipping in some way. You beat yourself up. I was so radiant yesterday on the full moon, now I'm not. Well, it's time for the energies to go back inward. During the Krishna Paksha, for the next 15 days, you withdraw. Then Shiva takes over, the divine masculine, the consciousness from inside. You spend more time meditating in a more inwardly way. You spend a lot more time with yourself, alone. But the full moon night is the time that you express yourself radiantly as much as you can. You dance, you sing, you love, you have fun. Let that Shakti out into the world. Best night to be creative. Kito, you asked, what was I more drawn into, math versus geometry? Well, to me, they're one and the same. Geometry is a part of math, and math is the language of geometry. I love them both. Hello, dear Brand. Thank you. You didn't get my joke, but you loved the finger point and smile, dear Stevie G. I just love your appreciation. Thank you. That's very wholesome. You're the best. The yoga of dipping your Oreo in an ice cold glass of milk. That sounds like one of the 112 gateways to the yoga of wonder and delight, which I realized we haven't even read yet. We haven't even started our Sangha properly with a reading yet. Anyway, we'll get to that. Karma is full on action indeed, full of beans for sure. I'm grateful to hear that, dear Luna. David Wilborn, you had asked, how do we integrate the concept of no self in our everyday lives? By living for others' happiness. Not in a self-deprecating sense that you're going to beat yourself up for other people's pleasure. Not in that sense at all. But in the sense that the smiles on other people's faces become your aspiration. That it's not about making this happy. That will come naturally. Happiness in this body and mind for someone who practices the concept of no self is all about doing your most to make other people happy. Again, not from a sense of self-deprivized. I'm going to choose a different word. Not from a sense of disliking yourself and because other people want you to, but because you want to. That you make yourself humble and so light and airy, like a gust of wind. That you make everyone else to be like the main characters, and you love that for them. In other words, you make everyone else big in your life. You see them as the world, and you want more than anything for everyone in your life to be happy. Hello, Shuryahasya Chitrakara. Jaya Hanuman. Dear Lethujan, you'd like for me to talk about the theory of everything. My goodness. From quantum to astrophysics and the similarities to karma and dharma. Well, that'll take about 13.7 billion years. I tried to find a theory of everything very naively when I was like a teenager. You know, I decided I was going to be the one to bridge the quantum world to the relativistic world. I was going to find the equation of everything. And I didn't end up finding that, but I did find spirituality, which gave me answers to the questions I didn't even know I was truly asking beneath that. One thing I do love about all the physicists that do search for the theory of everything is they often are very spiritual people. They take their work very seriously and secularly, and they often don't, write about their spiritual side in their papers. But in their personal life, like for example, Max Planck, Niels Bohr, Erwin Schrödinger, Robert Oppenheimer, they all had wonderful things to say about the spirituality of the East, and they said in their free time they often studied the scriptures like the Bhagavad Gita and the various scriptures from Vedanta. I love that. Our karma should be in line with our dharma. Our action should be in line with our righteous duty, coming from the truth of the role we play in our world. Hello, dear Gio. Moon Girl, you ask, what's my view on witches? Stay on their good side. You don't want to be the reason they become a black-hatted witch. Do I meditate a lot? Asked Gio. I don't meditate a lot in the traditional sense of sitting down cross-legged with my hands in my lap going, as it's often stereotyped. But I do try to make every little action in my day meditative. But as of recently, I have been integrating more traditional forms of meditation as well, especially in the mornings and evenings. Oli, dear Orla. I am on Vancouver Island, dear Luna. Dear Hajar, you had asked, how do you do that to people who hurt you without self-deprecation? Boundaries. You have to be very careful with people who have taken advantage of your selflessness before. Remember that the truly selfless thing to do is not to let people take advantage of your selflessness. That's one of those beautiful paradoxes where the truly kind thing to do is set a boundary with someone who's abusing your kindness. Because in the long run, it won't be that kind to allow someone to take advantage of another human being, namely them with yourself. You don't want to set that precedent for others, and you don't want them to feel like they have to depend on you for that. It's always the selfless and kind thing to give people the space to discover their independence when they are struggling with that. A simple formula for setting a boundary is 3 steps. Step 1, state something that they do without judgment. When you eat the sandwich that I was going to have for lunch. Step 1. Now, step 2 is express how that makes you feel. Again, just coming from a place of expressing your feelings. That makes me feel like you don't value our independence. I feel like you're ignoring how much effort I put into making that sandwich, and that I feel like my own personal needs are being compromised by that. And then step 3, and here's the kicker, you ask for some common ground. If you are hungry, you can ask me, and maybe we can share the sandwich or make something together. Or I can teach you how to make that sandwich, since you seem to eat it so frequently. And there's your 3-step formula for setting a boundary. Dear Uncle, you ask, how do we stop the ego from developing a spiritual identity? I understand where this question comes from, but we have to remember first, the ego has been misunderstood in the West. We make it out to be an enemy on the spiritual path, which it is not. Your ego is one of your inner tools. You have 4 inner tools called the Antahkaranas. The mind, known as the manas, the intellect, known as the buddhi, the ego, known as the ahankara, and the chitta, the memory. These things are part of your experience, and the point on the spiritual path is not to destroy them or remove them by any means, but use them. My goodness, it's very windy out. This came out of nowhere. I've never seen it this windy in a long time. Anyway, the point is to use these inner tools effectively. How do you use your ego effectively? Well, before we answer that question, what is the ego? If I said it's been misunderstood, what is the correct understanding of it? Well, let's point to the original Sanskrit word. That's ahankara. Ahang means I, and kara means maker. So ahankara means I maker. The spiritual significance of that is that wherever you place your sense of self, creation happens. If you place your ahankara, your I maker, in your body, then all of your energies will be directed into making this body as best as it can be. There's nothing inherently wrong with having your ahankara, your I maker, your sense of self, your ego associated with your body. It's just that it's a limited identity, and it will ultimately be unfulfilling, because no matter how much you work on making your body a certain way, you'll never truly be happy, because your true self is not limited by the body. There will be parts of you feeling like they're not getting attention. So, bring your I maker, your ego, your ahankara, your sense of self to more than just one place. Bring it to your spirit, bring it to your mind, bring it to your body, bring it to every body, every mind, and every expression of spirit. Find the underlying essence that we call spirit that emerges through all minds and bodies. Bring it to that, and creation will happen in all dimensions of your life. And so you shan't be limited in any particular aspect. And there will be welfare for everyone in your life because you serve them equally, just as you take care of this body and mind too. And that is a healthy way of having your ahankara as one of the antakaranas, the inner tools, be utilized. And thank you, dear Guided by Luna, for your popular vote. Ham Kameshwaryai Namaha. And dear Talita, thank you for your heart meme. Ham Nitya Klinayai Namaha. Thank you, dear Melissa, for your ice cream cone and your pair of roses. Bhairundayai Namaha. I'm happy you see family in me, dear Deldra. Dear Bren, you ask, have I discovered my spiritual gift? My spirit is a gift to the world. All of ours is. I'm glad we can relate in that way, dear Lethujen. If you keep yourself open, you're naturally spiritual. I love that Tattvamasi. You've begun to meditate throughout your day as well. I love that, Prem. Godeline, you had asked, can I expand on how I make everyday action meditative? It's very simple. Do it as an act of love for the divine. See everything as divine, and you wish to take care of it. And that act of taking care is meditative, naturally. It can be as simple as your teeth. Each tooth is like a part of the divine. Now brushing it becomes a meditation because it's an act of service to the divine. Your teeth, they show themselves when you smile. And so you take care of your teeth so you have a bright and beautiful smile that you get to share as an expression of the divine love within you. Now smiling becomes a meditation. It's that simple. That is to say, it's not what you do entering some state of consciousness. It's the knowledge that you keep in mind that everything is divine. Keeping that knowledge, that truth, that everything is divine, makes everything a meditation. Thank you, dear Matthew, for your 55 roses. Am Ishwaraya Namaha. Am Sarvaya Namaha. Dear Tanyan, you ask, does my mom practice my preachings? A better question is, am I practicing what my mom preaches? I hope so. She only practices kindness, and I hope to take after that in her lived teaching. Thank you, dear Brent, for your flowers. Om Sarva Pushpebhyaha. Dear Isabella, thank you for your trio of jester cats. Om Marjaraya Namaha. Dearest angel, thank you for your tiny. And dear Laurie, thank you for your heartbeat and pair of roses. Om Parashaktaye Namaha. And dear Bobby Sue, thank you for your team bracelet. Heart me and cheer you up. And a popular vote. Om Im Vishnave Namaha. Hello, dear Macaroni. I like that, Bren. Navigate with more gratitude, less attitude, but take no shit. What are my top 3 favorite sandwiches? Asked Rahina. I like peanut butter, banana, honey. I like a good hummus and cucumber sandwich. And I like a good veggie burger. That's a sandwich, right? The type of sandwich. My movie night was very well. Thank you, dear Macaroni. Dear Tanisha, you ask, isn't the intellect a part of the mind? In Eastern teachings, there is the concept of the whole mind, known as the antakarana, but then it's broken down into 4 different parts. And the word that translates to mind as one of the parts is manas, and that's your thinking faculty. And it's actually really helpful to distinguish these other parts from your mind, especially your intellect, because anxiety, for example, is experienced only by the manas, meaning that even if your mind is compromised, your intellect is not. That is to say, if you utilize your higher faculties than the mind during an anxiety attack, then you can get your mind out of an anxiety attack, because the mind cannot get itself out of an anxiety attack. That's why it's so important to distinguish between the mind and these other faculties. You can rely on them when your mind is compromised, or vice versa. Dear Letujen, you ask, what's my sun and moon sign? If you want to calculate it in whatever astrological system you want, I'll just tell you I was born at 8:08 in the morning on the 1st of October 2001 in Calgary, Alberta. And the numbers on the back of my credit card are... Just kidding. I don't even have a credit card. Hare Krishna, dear Meg. Dear Miyananda, you share your brother is going through hardship. Can we pray for him? Absolutely, dear Miyananda. May you rest assured knowing that the universe has a very important plan for your brother. And we pray that your brother utilizes these challenges as a way to grow and learn and discover deeper parts of themselves that they maybe didn't even remember existed. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Good evening, dear Laurie. The movie was wonderful, dear Lethujan. Thank you for asking. I did enjoy the Minecraft movie. Yeah. Dear Melissa, you ask, how does Hinduism and Buddhism differ? I think a great analogy, although it's not a perfect analogy, no analogy is, but a great analogy for us Western minds is the difference between Judaism and Christianity. That in a sense, Christianity came out of Judaism. For example, many of the books of the Christian Bible are a subset of the Hebrew Bible. The Pentateuch is there. The Christians added their own testament coming from Jesus, who was Jewish. And Judaism wasn't overruled by Christianity because there are many Jews today that still practice it. This world now has room for an interesting situation where a second religion has born out of the first, but yet both religions still exist today. So too, Hinduism and Buddhism share a similar relationship. Just as Judaism is thousands of years older than Christianity, but they're both ancient. Hinduism is thousands of years older than Buddhism, but they're both ancient. Buddhism arose about 2,500 years ago from Buddha, who grew up in Hindu society. And even though Buddha was born a Hindu, just as Jesus was born a Jew, Jesus rejected a lot of the dogma of Judaism present at the time, in the same way that Buddha rejected a lot of the dogma in Hinduism at the time, specifically Brahmanical Hinduism, ritualistic forms of Hinduism. And Buddhism evolved from that synergy of roots coming from the ancient Hindu belief system, as well as the rejection of some of the ways it was distorted over time, and that cultivated a unique path in tandem as well, I should say, with the personal experiences of the enlightenment of the Buddha. The Dalai Lama says that Buddhism and Hinduism are like brother and sister, that they are sibling religions. They do not contradict each other, they complement each other. And their core teachings, like all religions, are fundamentally the same. I will add to that Hinduism and Buddhism, along with Jainism and Sikhism, they are each dharmic religions. The dharmic religions are all centered around dharma, around righteous duty in life, and they have they share a part in the family tree. The story of Jainism and Hinduism is very similar to the story of Buddhism and Hinduism. In fact, Mahavira and Buddha were contemporaries. They lived at the same time, and maybe even they met each other. Definitely followers of the Buddha and Mahavira met each other in the scriptures, that they would go from Sangha to Sangha. And today is actually a very important day for Jains. Today is Mahavira Janmastami, which means it's the birth celebration, appearance day festival of Mahavira. It's like the birthday, but it's in the lunar calendar. You're very welcome, dear Elixir. Now, where was I in the comment section? Lots of wonderful comments today. There I am. I do like cheesecake. Lovely to have you here, dear Ola. Thank you for stopping by. Toasted sourdough bread with almond butter, sliced banana, strawberry, blueberry, honey, coconut bit. Oh my God, Crossfires, that sounds delicious. You were born at 8:18 a.m. in October. Wow, that sounds like a very similar birthday to me. I was born on the 1st of October. Dear Amor, you share you're so anxious and scared. This world scares you so much. You are scared of death. Dear Amor, your anxiety is a beautiful challenge, beckoning you to not use the world as your reference for when to be happy, when to be sad. You get to decide that. This world has so many problems for a reason. And the reason is because you are here. You are meant to face these problems. You are meant to contribute your part in the whole. The world has no mistake. The problems in the world are not accidents. They are divinely orchestrated to see what happens when we have an opportunity to come together, to be problem solvers, to help one another, to generate ideas, pursue them, to apply ourselves, to serve, to love, to give. You would have nobody to help, nobody to love, nobody to give to if there weren't problems in the world. And therefore, you would not be able to live according to your highest truth, which is a helper, a lover, a servant of the universe. That is to say, both you are meant to be here and the problems of the world. And in fact, the reason that there are problems in the world and the reason that you're here in this world is the same reason. And that's the cosmic play. The Leela of it all. And you play your part wonderfully, dear Amor. You are doing well. You are enough. You don't have to solve all the world's problems first in order to be happy. Your happiness is just doing your little part. And right now that means being a role model to others by knowing when to stop scrolling. Doom scrolling, it's called. Especially when your feed is filled with all the horrors and tragedies of the world. Take time to process that. It's good to be aware of what's happening in the world, But when it comes at a toll at your mental health, how are you supposed to do anything about that then? For us to be able to take on the challenges that this world faces, we have to be in the right mindset to do so. That is crucial. Therefore, you need to take breaks from the internet and from reading the news. You need to focus on finding a place of calm in your own little bubble and environment. And you draw from there, that peace that you find in your little world, and then begin to push that bubble further and further, creating moments of peace for others in your world. And if we all do that, the world gets enveloped in peace. But it all starts in our own personal practice and taking time for ourselves. Hello, dear Jay. Do I have words of wisdom for feeling completely trapped or stuck? Your only bondage is not seeing that you're free. You've always been free to do what you want. You just don't know what you want, so you feel like you're stuck. But you're free to choose what you want at any moment. Dear Miyananda, you ask, have I seen Death of the Unicorn? It's a comedy horror movie, very whimsical. I have not, but that sounds like a great recommendation. Dear Evelise, you ask, do I practice Hatha Yoga? What's my favorite practice? I have been getting into some physical yogas. I really like Surya Namaskara and Chandra Namaskara too, the sun and moon salutations. I like starting and ending my day with that. Dear lovable eccentricity, you need an authentic lunar calendar. Where can you get one? You can actually calculate it for yourself with a simple chart. All you have to know is what time the moon rises. Just as you can calculate what time you are in the year based on what time the sun rises, assuming you're not on the equator. If you're on the equator, you have to use some more advanced techniques. Most people are not on the equator, and just using the subtle differences and when the sun rises, you can calculate what time of the year you're in. So too, if you know the time that the moon rises, you know what phase you are in the moon. But in general, just look at it. You can't look at the sun to determine what part of the solar cycle you're in. But you can look at the moon and go, oh yeah, I see. Yep, we are in the waxing gibbous or whatever. All it takes is to just look at the moon. Mm-hmm. And a little fact about the moon is how bright is it determines how long it's out during the night. If it's 50% full, then that means it'll be 50% out during the night and 50% out during the day. In other words, when the moon is 50% bright, it rises halfway through the day. So when the moon rises halfway through the day, then you know you're halfway through that the waning or waxing phase. Or specifically, you'd be in the either the waning or the waxing. And if it sets halfway through the day, then you'd be in the other one. I'd have to figure out which one that would be. Yeah, maybe someone can tell me. I learned so much from all of you here, dear Melissa. Dear Amor Fati, you ask, do I find any part of Buddhism difficult? Any part that I'm first getting familiar with, of course, is going to be difficult. Difficulty is a measure of newness. Things that are new are generally going to be difficult. Things that you are familiar with become easy. So whatever I'm not familiar with is difficult. I couldn't tell you what I'm not familiar with because I don't know. No, crying is beautiful, dear amor. That's very interesting. Thank you for looking up my birth chart. What does home mean to me? Asked Cody Jane. Home to me is a place that you can rest. Home is a space of dissolving into. What's my favorite pop songs? I don't even know if I can name a pop song. I'm actually not that good with my genres. I'm not sure, yeah. A little quirk about me is that I often don't listen to music. At least not what's on the radio or what's currently trending. I have no idea what songs are out there. We're listening to Heals the Mind, Tibetan ethereal meditative music for relief stress, anxiety, and depression. Yeah, I don't know many songs, like in terms of pop songs, in terms of pop culture. Same as with artists and whatnot. I just find the present moment to often be musical enough. You know, if I'm walking somewhere, I never feel the need to put headphones on. If we're driving somewhere, I'll often just listen to the sound the tires make on the road. If I'm studying, I'll just be in silence. I often feel like the soundscape of the present moment is always sufficient. I never even think to put music on, to be completely honest. I have watched The Big Bang Theory, dear Luna. Yeah. Bazinga! I like your pun, dear Abel. We are only a few days away from April's full moon, known as the pink moon. I love that, Tamar. You're very welcome, dear Riri. I remind you of Harry Styles, shares Talon. I had a dream about him recently. I was in his apartment, and I thought, oh my god, I accidentally wandered into Harry Styles' apartment. And I walked out, and I walked past him, trying to not act like I was just a crazy fan who was just in this apartment. I just got lost and accidentally wandered in. Dear Cody Jane, you ask, what do I do if I don't feel I have a home, or I feel I don't have a home? I return in my mind to the perspectives that feel like home. Home is a perspective. What way are you looking at the world which makes you feel like you're far away from home? And what way can you look at the world which makes you feel like you're always at home? That's my homework for tonight, asked Abel. Listen to pop music tonight. I don't wanna. Can I speak a little about Ekadashi? Asks Coco. Ekadashi was 2 lunar days ago. Since we are on Trayodashi, Ekadashi is very significant because the 11th day of the waxing or waning phase is very good for fasting. If you want to fast, but you're not sure when and how to structure it, on the 11th day of the lunar month, called Ekadashi, which would be in well, it was 2 days ago, so 13 days from now. 13 days from now would be another great time to fast. As for why Ekadashi is considered a good night to fast, I have no idea. Or I think I have heard, but I have forgotten. I would love to know the reason why Ekadashi is considered the best day to fast. Cody Jane, you shared, feels like you have no safe place to rest. So abide in what you know is true. Abide in your truth and values. Values. Dear Rudenian, you ask, am I becoming a cult? Well, I hope not, but if there's any way in which I could make this space more transparent so that it's, a place where anyone can come freely, please let me know. I know there's lots of communities that become very close-minded and a sense of separation exists between us and the outside world. I never want that for this community we have here. I have no doctrine, no belief system, no experience to replace yours with. This is just a space for anyone to come and go, and you are absolutely welcome to leave if it's ever uncomfortable for you, or speak out if anything abusive ever happens. And you can tell me if I'm doing something that is not right, and I hope to accommodate that. And everyone is, of course, welcome to be a part of many communities. Don't feel like you have to give up anything to be a part of this space by any means. This is just a live stream on TikTok. That's funny, Mr. Noah. Dear Ewart, you ask, what is my opinion on the role of our ego? That's a great question that we explored, I guess an hour or two ago. Maybe not that long ago. 30 minutes ago? I definitely lose track of my sense of time while live. Anyway, earlier in the live stream, we explored this. Our role of our ego is what we serve. If you identify with your body, you serve your body. If you identify with your mind, you serve your mind. If you identify with your senses, you gratify your senses. If you identify with your intellect, you try to get smarter. If you identify with your family, you seek to take care of them. If you identify with your country, you hope to protect it. Whatever you identify with, that you serve. So I say, if you wish to be completely fulfilled, identify with everything so that you may serve every single part of this existence, wholly and completely. Dear Average Avarice, you had asked, where should you go to learn Sanskrit? It is said that Sanskrit is spoken by the rustling leaves in the breeze on trees. It is said that Sanskrit is spoken by the way the water from a waterfall hits the water below. You can hear it in the bird's call. You can hear it in the cat's meow. You can hear it in every language in the world. It is said that as the mother tongue, it is the most natural form of communication. And so you seek your own nature and let that teach you how to communicate, just as the rishis before did. And that's how they revealed the sublime words of Sanskrit. In fact, the word Sanskrit itself, in Sanskrit, Sanskritam. Krita means that which is created. Sang means together. So Sankrita means the wholeness of creation. I think that's very beautiful. But as far as practical resources go, the internet is a wonderful refuge for Sanskrit, especially large language models like ChatGPT, which have been trained on Sanskrit. ChatGPT knows more Sanskrit than probably many Sanskrit teachers. So you can utilize that and other large language models too. Thank you, dear Mystical Ice, for your heart meme. Namah Karlim Ambita Me Shorim Nadita Me Harim Devita Me Aim Sarasvatyai Swaha. And thank you, dear Mandy, for your heart meme and team bracelet. Jaya Satchitanandam. And thank you, dear Majori. You're scared of failing, shares Ollie. You will fail. We all will. Life is chock full of failures, but you will also succeed. We all will. Life is also chock full of successes. What do you pay attention to? All your failures or all your successes? What keeps you motivated? It might be different for anyone. Some people like to focus on their past failures, as their mistakes inform them on what to do better next time. Some people like to pay attention to all their successes, as that momentum builds and builds, and they ride that wave to higher and higher things. Maybe you can pay attention to both and find the balance between them. And thank you, dear Tom R., for your 6 roses. Maya Shaktaye Namaha. Thank you for being here, dear lovable eccentricity. Be well. Dear Gloria, you had asked, how can you let go of the pain the person you love caused? How can you let go of betrayal? You don't. That's always going to be there. What you do is not let go of your pain. You process it. Seek to understand the root cause. Is it something that you and your partner can work on together? Or sorry, I assumed it's a partner, but you said person you love. Is it something the person you love can work on with you together? Then do that. Especially don't try to forget the pain and just assume that things are going to change. If there's a hiccup in a relationship, you be conscious of that hiccup. You allow that pain to be there as a reminder. You keep love for them still. You're still open to them in other ways. But if boundaries need to be set, you set them. Whatever you can do to communicate your feelings, do them. And if honestly you feel like that's not something you can do with this person, then give yourself the grace of space and heal in your own time. Or be open to the fact that that pain might come back again. I would recommend communicating your feelings with that person. If the feeling came from... I'm about to lose my voice, 1 second. If the feeling came from the relationship between you both, then that's a feeling that deserves to be expressed and communicated on between the two of you. Not something that you have to hold on to and let go yourself. I love that, Hajar. Good evening, Les. Lesur. Lesur. I might have to practice pronouncing that. That's funny, Brent. What is rest? Asks Don Suela. How do we incorporate rest into every moment? Rest is abiding in your true nature. When you are truly yourself, you don't feel exhausted. When you are in your element, you can go and go and go and go. We incorporate rest into every moment, therefore, by finding authenticity in what we do. If you are truly authentic to the core in your actions, if you are one with yourself, if you truly feel like you can be you, then there is no loss of energy. Now that's not to say that this body doesn't need time of stillness, time to recharge in its own way also. The best way to do that is to dive deep into your consciousness beyond the waking world, and we call that sleep. Sleeping is a very authentic thing to do. Thank you, dear Matt, for the heart me you sent. Radhe Krishna. Dear Jennifer, you share your dog is not feeling well. Can I speak on grief? My best wishes to you and your dog, dear Jennifer. Grief is coming to realize that what we had planned in our heart may not come to pass in the way that it seemed to be envisioned. There are always more things to do with someone that you love than there are things that you can do during that time that you have with them. And because part of loving someone means you are always on the lookout for things to do with your loved one, then your heart starts to accumulate ideas of all the wonderful things that you could do. That's very true for people as it is true for pets. When we realize that we might not have as much time anymore, now what does your heart do with all those things that you wanted to do with them? All those walks, all those adventures, all those playtimes, all those new meal ideas you wanted to cook for them, all of the ways you wanted to take a nap together or cuddle or groom them. What does your heart do with all of that? You've put your love into a form, and now that form might not come to be. You are releasing the form and transmuting the love back into the formless. Your tears, your grief is the processing of that unexpressed forms of love. And then what remains as a result of that process is just your formless love once again. And that takes time. And I hope you know that you're not alone in your grief. There's many dog lovers here, myself included. Hello, dear hybrid Jen. I trust you will find rest at an appropriate time. Tatvamasi, you ask, what can we do with the root cause? It all boils down to each one's karma. The root cause of our action, you can simplify it to love or fear in many situations. Is this action coming from a place of love or a place of fear? And sometimes it's not easy to see. a simple test is, well, does it make me scared to do it? Then it must come from love, because you have to grapple with the other choice, which would be to attend to the fear or to hide from the fear. What brings you into love is always scary, because love and fear are friends. And when you bring your attention to love, fear wants your attention. And when you bring your attention to fear, love wants your attention. If we can make more and more of our actions rooted in love, we will live a happy life. Dear Mika, you had asked, how do you eliminate PTSD? This has been years, growing tired, angry, and cannot seem to better yourself. PTSD does take years, and you wouldn't want it to take any faster than that, truly. It might seem like it'd be better to rip the band-aid off sometimes, but for something as complex and nuanced as post-traumatic stress disorder, you really want to take your time healing, and it's perfectly okay to take years or even decades. I'm not saying it will take that much time for you. It sounds like you're getting very close to a monumental stage in your healing journey. The most important thing for you to do is to allow yourself to be someone that experiences PTSD. Even though it's not a pleasant experience, it's a part of your story, and you gotta own that. And you can be a wonderful role model for others that experience this too. There is a way for PTSD to go into remission, and it definitely starts with acceptance of the fact that you have experienced trauma, and it is a complicated journey. And that's okay, because it's not about what's at the end of the journey that matters. It's the fact that you are on the journey itself. What I mean to say is you don't have to be healed to be happy, but healing to be happy is something you can do in any moment. Whatever you can do to allow yourself these moments of difficulty, that is the healing itself. Denying the state of your mind is not going to help. But bringing some peace and love and acceptance to the stumbling steps. What am I trying to say? The stumbling points in your journey is where your healing journey takes place. The more you can allow yourself to be exactly as you are, the easier it gets. That means allow yourself to be tired, angry. Allow yourself to not be perfect. You are getting better every day in a little way. Getting better is almost never done in huge steps. It's a little thing you do for yourself every day. That can be as simple as forgiving yourself for having another low moment. That is a healing step to take, forgiveness. So please forgive yourself for being human. Just 0.1% every day compounds on itself. Goodbye, dear Hajar. You are a wonderful mother, dear hybrid gem. Michelle, you had asked, how do you eventually accept that this person is never going to come back in this life? You don't. You accept the fact that nothing is guaranteed, but anything's possible. It's not about a question of forever. It's never a question of forever, whether this person is ever going to be in my life again. You don't live in terms of forever. You live in terms of moment by moment. What can you do to make peace in this moment? Making peace in this moment does not include making peace with the next moment. And that's a big mystery. It's the same with so many things in life, like addiction. You don't have to quit smoking for the rest of your life. You don't even have to quit smoking tomorrow, just today. In fact, not even the rest of the day. Can you make it through the next hour? Not even the rest of the hour. Can you make it through this minute? The more you become grounded in the present moment, the less you have to deal with. You don't have to take care of what happens tomorrow because tomorrow hasn't come yet. When tomorrow comes and you're done with everything today, then you can take care of tomorrow as it becomes today. You don't have to figure out how to accept the fact that someone may never come back the rest of your life. Are they here with you in this moment? No. Can you accept that? Is this moment one that you can breathe? Yeah. Just in this moment, you're okay. In the next moment when it comes, here it is. Can you breathe? Yeah. And again, if your mind spirals, oh, I'm going to have to keep doing this every moment. Well, no. Just this moment is the only one you have to do that. If you truly believe in the uniqueness of this moment, then life becomes so much more simple. Because all you have to worry about is just the next step. Not any step that comes after that. Just taking your next breath, finding peace here, now. And then it gets easier as you practice that. Was there a cat? Or was there a meow? I didn't hear it this time. If there was one, they went away. I do have a sock on the microphone. Of course, dear, be free. Dear Bren, can I speak about a difficult time in my life when I gave up control? I didn't use free will. You never truly give up your free will. Even if you do, it's always your choice to do that and your choice to get it back at any moment. So did you really ever lose your free will? Yeah. Give up control is not letting go of free will. It is utilizing your free will. For example, trying to change others, trying to control other people's behavior is not an act of free will. That is literally not your will. That's their will. Giving up trying to control others, for example, means establishing yourself in your free will. What can you do if you can't if you can't change others? You see? It's never about giving up your free will. It's about affirming your free will. That you cannot change anything outside of yourself. And the world wasn't meant to be changed as a whole by any one of us, but by all of us together as little bits and pieces of that world. And we do so by changing ourselves. Dear Katie, you ask what to do when your narcissist mother ghosts you. Try to find some motherly love in your life elsewhere. It's not a very motherly thing to ghost their child. So, is this person really your mother? They may have birthed you. They may call themselves your mother. But a mother doesn't ghost their child. If they've lost the title of mother, then now it's up to you to decide who gets that title. You can turn to Mother Nature. You can turn to Mother Earth. You can turn to the Divine Mother. You can turn to your friends that are motherly. You can even be motherly unto yourself. Sanctify the term mother by applying it where it really fulfills itself. When you've given this term to a place that isn't fulfilling that role, maybe it's time to take that term and give it to a place that really does act motherly for you. As Jesus said, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, which means that you get to decide who's family. And you could wish your person in your life that considers themselves your mother a healing journey. And maybe if they come to a place of healing, which is, again, not your responsibility, it is not the child's duty to heal their parents. Healing does happen, but only if the parents are receptive to that. And that's also another thing that's their choice. If they're not receptive to the pure joy that comes from being a parent, as expressed through you as their child, then I'm sorry to say that they're not really much of a parent. But that's okay. They're still people. They're still important people in your life. And you can wish them well and love them, but from a safe distance. And you can find that love that you do need from parental guidance in other places in this world. Thank you, dear Jared, for your heart meme. Ram Ram. And dear dancing Aurora Borealis, thank you for your swan. Vastave Namaha. And Her Royal Highness Zeni, thank you for your 16 roses. Bhumyai Namaha. Thank you, dear Strung by Stacy, for your heart meme. Ram Brahmane Namaha. And dear Fozia. You can tell me if there's a preferred way to pronounce your name. Thank you for your finger heart. Ram Shikhandine Namaha. Om Shanti. Her Royal Highness Eni, welcome. And thank you, dear Jared, for another team cheers. Om Rlam Ashwini Bhyam Namaha. And thank you, dear Jocelyn, for your perfume. Om Virabhadraya Namaha. Dear Michelle, you ask, have I always been this present? No. Or did I have to learn that first? Well, we all know it instinctively. It is our most essential nature to be present. It's more about unlearning all the ways in which we're not present than learning how to be present. So how long did that take for me? Well, I'm still unlearning. Yeah. Probably ever since I was born, I've been unlearning something that has been layered onto my life from the outside world. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But as far as unlearning faster than I'm learning, it's been probably 8 years. If I had to give a time, right around when I went into college, I really started deconstructing some of my belief systems. Thank you, Katie, for your finger heart. I'm Saraswatyai Namaha. Dear Bren, you share, you used to try to control everything in your life. You try to live in divine timing as much as you can. I love that. Pablo, you ask, what do I think about Freud? I think Freud, we gotta give him credit for basically founding the field of psychoanalysis, which has done amazing things. But anyone who studies Freud will know that for every contribution he's given to psychology, there's just something weird about some of his perspectives. And there's definitely ways in which we can and have improved on Freud's various theories. But anyway, whoever founds a field is going to have some pretty novel ideas. And what comes from that work is going to take a lot of time to figure out what works and what doesn't work. Freud was very obsessed with sexuality, and it's true that so much of our humanity can be explained in terms of this pair of forces. But there's also a lot that's better explained by other perspectives. And so from the psychologists that have come after Freud, I think they've expanded in those areas in ways that definitely needed to be expanded on. But my understanding is very limited. All of that just comes from a past girlfriend I had that was really interested in psychology, and I learned all that from her. Thank you, dear Jan, for your heartbeat. Ham Jum Sa Turyambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Martyor Mukshiya Mamritat. Dear Asmir, you ask, do I know of shadow figures? Like in Plato's cave? Or are you talking about projections from the subconscious? I'm happy you find family here, dear Crossfires. I feel that too. I did enjoy the Minecraft movie with my family. Thank you, Birmingham bro. Anizek, you share, when you forgive yourself and others, you learn through training not to let anyone and nothing disturb your world. That is a powerful practice. Thank you for being a leading role model in that, dear Anizek. Dear Her Royal Highness Eni, thank you for such kind words. What is inside deserves to come outside in healthy ways. Hello, dear PT Greek. Alright, I think I've answered all the questions. It only took 2 hours and 44 minutes. Now I finally returned to the comment section, or the present moment of the comment section. We can start the Sangha. Thank you, dear Katie. I like that, dear Cody James. So, for today's Sangha, we have another reading from the Radiant Sutras. We'll actually dive into the yuktis, the 112 gateways to the yoga of wonder and delight, as well as some commentary on them. And then we'll have Manana, we'll have a question of the day, and then we'll have an intermission of some poetry reading by Rumi, and then we'll end with a mantra meditation for Mahesha, the great Lord, one of the forms of Shiva, specifically a bija mantra that's said to bestow happiness, sukha. So, if that sounds wonderful, or at least palatable, you're welcome to stick around for that. Today we begin the Yukti verses. In the body of the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Bhairava, as the divine masculine, articulates 112 yuktis, or yoga meditation practices, for opening to the divine mystery within everyday experience. The practices begin in verse 24 and continue to verse 135. The wide variety of techniques allows each individual to find their doorway into wonder, astonishment, and delight. So let us listen like Devi, the divine feminine, who has provoked these answers out of him through her curiosities and inquiries, as they are engaged in a mutual embrace. So for each yukti, I'm going to chant the Sanskrit, read the poetic interpretation in English, and then at the other part of the book, there's the commentary the author gives as well. So that'll be the order for each verse. We'll see how many feels right. Probably just a couple today, at most. Now relax as you hear my humble attempt at pronouncing this ancient language. Shri Bhairava Uvacha Urdhve prano yadho jivo visargatma parocharet utbatti dvitaya sthane bharanad bharita sthiti. The one who is intimate to all beings replies, Beloved, your questions require the answers that come through direct living experience. The way of experience begins with a breath, such as the breath you are breathing now. Awakening into luminous reality may dawn in the momentary throb between any two breaths. Exhaling, breath is released and flows out. There is a pulse as it turns to flow in. In that turn, you are empty. Enter that emptiness as the source of all life. Inhaling, breath flows in, filling, nourishing. Just as it turns to flow out, there is a flash of pure joy. Life is renewed. That is the first yukti. It begins with a breath. Any one of these can be practices that can take you to complete liberation in any moment. You could spend lifetimes on just that verse alone. Obviously, that wouldn't work so well for the format of me reading to you. But if you ever want to pause these recordings and just meditate on them, I'm sure that we'll draw inspiration from them in the meditations we do on these platforms too. You're welcome to. But let us turn to the commentary section. There is a short 2-page summary that comes before we read the commentaries of these practices. So let me read that to you now. The Yukti Practice Transmissions, it's called. The Vijnana Bhairava Tantra offers 112 meditation practices, like the one we just read, each one an invitation to come in and be at home in yourself and in the universe. The practices are presented in verses made up of 4 to 10 Sanskrit words, like you just heard, and every individual word is a tool of thought, a mantra. In this section, one Sanskrit word from each sutra is presented as a portal into a rich world of experience. Also on the page are hints for engaging with each one of the 112 practices. A few highlights that may attract your interest when you are in the manu, spirit, mind, mood, metal, passion, to explore a particular sutra. These are intended to illuminate a skill you may find useful in scouting your inner world. In the meditation traditions, a transmission is an electric realization, an aha moment. Often you are reminded of something you already know and love. You recognize a truth, and your life force is awakened. In any given sutra, every Sanskrit word offers myriad opportunities to receive a transmission, because Sanskrit is engineered so that each word is often made up of 5 or 10 images, each encircling around a nucleus, a tiny thought. The nucleus of a Sanskrit word is often a principle. Take, for example, the word yoga. The nucleus of yoga is yuj, to yoke or join. The central principle is joining. Around this nucleus, dozens of diverse meanings are orbiting, yoking horses to a chariot, calling up soldiers to join in ranks and form an army, putting an arrow on a bowstring, putting on armor, to embrace something or someone, to join oneself to be united in marriage, injecting the vital fluid during an intimate interaction, joining up of the individual soul with the universal soul, joining up all the elements necessary to form a business, joining a series of words together to form a sentence, and lining up all the elements of a trick, con job, or fraud. This is only 13 of the meanings of yuj. The Sanskrit English Dictionary lists over 50 in all. As you get to know a Sanskrit word from your own mental images to go with each of the many meanings of the definition, as you learn, little jokes and puns will pop up in your mind, and once you start combining words, the metaphors just keep on mixing. And in between these images, there is an emptiness that is always beckoning, inviting you to feel spacious and expansive. Learning to be entertained by the play of matter, energy, and emptiness is one of the central practices of meditation described in this text. Reading a list of Sanskrit word definitions requires an unusual kind of attention. You may want to take a breath after each phrase in a definition, or even go for a walk with it. Let the meaning and the image surprise you. In this way, one bit at a time, you can begin to learn to think in Sanskrit. It can take hours or even days to get the feel for one word, but you are learning on a deep level. For example, in verse 15, in the introduction to the text, Bhairava gives us an amazing word. Antasvanubhavananda. Unfolding this word, we see antar, meaning within, between, amongst, in the middle or interior, out of the midst of. Swa, meaning one's own, oneself, the ego, or the human soul. Anubhava, experience, knowledge derived from personal observation or experiment. Perception, apprehension, fruition, understanding, impression on the mind not derived from memory. Cognition, consciousness, custom, usage. And ananda, happiness, joy, enjoyment, sensual pleasure, one of the three attributes of Atman or Brahman in the Vedanta philosophy, the self and the universal self. In drama, the thing wished for, the end of the drama, a kind of flute, the 16th muhurta or hour, a name of Shiva. Antasvanubhavananda. One word, within you, through personal observation and experiment, you can have the direct experience of contact with the soul. As a result of that knowledge, be filled with happiness, joy, and sensual pleasure. In the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, one of the words for a practice or meditation technique is yukti, a variation on the word yoga. It has the sense of joining together the essential elements at the right time and place, and also practice, skill, craft, workmanship, and art. As we practice meditation, we want to be continually refining our craft, becoming more skillful in joining up all the essential elements of our own inner riches so that we can thrive in the outer world. So that's the introduction to the second part of the book that we're going to read in tandem with the first part. Just like the first yukti we read, it has the Sanskrit and the poetic interpretation. It was about that turn in between the exhale and inhale, and the inhale and exhale. To remind you, our author has pulled out one word from each of these mantras and is going to expand on that one word as a commentary for each birth. Well, that's a nice Freudian slip. Birth, each verse. The word in the first yukti that our author has pulled out is prana. Prana means filled, full, the breath of life, respiration, spirit, vitality, and includes the 5 vital airs: prana, apana, vyana, samana, and udana. Breath as a sign of strength, vigor, energy, power, with all one's strength or with all one's heart. Prana. The practice? Bhairava begins the 112 yuktis with this invitation to Devi: Urdhva prana. As we exhale, the breath of life flows upwards into heaven, where it came from. Urdhva is upward moving, rising to go upwards into heaven. Prana is the breath of life. The next 2 words are adhas jiva. As you inhale, the breath of life flows downwards through the body to the procreative organs. Adhas is below, down in the lower region, the external procreative organs. And specifically in a woman's body, the labia majora, clitoris, and vestibule of the vagina. Jiva means the individual soul, the living or personal soul as distinguished from the universal soul, and the principle of life, the breath. Breathing is rhythm, a play of opposites. Here you are invited to enjoy the play of prana. the universal breath of life, and jiva, the individual soul, the way the breath of life condenses into you. Another play of opposites is up and down, upward into the sky above you, and downward into the brightness of the pelvis. A good way to initiate yourself into this practice is to go outside where you can feel the sky and earth and take a standing posture. As you breathe out, let your hands flow upward along the front of your body to the area above your head. As you breathe in, let your hands float back down toward your pelvis. This is an easy gesture, as eloquent as conductors waving their hands as they direct an orchestra. After you get the sense of this wonderful flow, you can continue the movement in any posture, sitting, lying down, or dancing. Exhaling upwards, give your breath to infinity. Inhaling downwards, receive the nourishing fullness of your individuality. As you exhale, whisper the word prana to yourself and notice your relationship to the mystery of universality. Follow the motion upwards from your heart into heaven. As you inhale and receive the breath, whisper jiva and notice your relationship with the mystery of individuality. Allow your attention to travel down from the space above your head to the heart, to the area between your legs, and even to your feet. Everywhere in the body is spiritual and sacred. As you get used to this movement, add another motion. Tilt the head back slightly as you breathe out, so you are facing upward, and tilt the head downward slightly as you inhale. The rhythm of your breath happens 22,000 times a day, on average. When you spend just a few of these times in delight and wonder, it begins to transform the other 99.999% that you take for granted. Breathing out, quietly celebrate, I am a living soul, an individual. Jiva, meaning individual soul, also, did I skip a line? I did skip a line, let me read that again. Breathing out, quietly celebrate, I am part of the life of the universe. Breathing in, marvel, I am a living soul, an individual. Jiva, meaning individual soul, also suggests that from the very first breath, you can modify any meditation instructions to suit your unique individuality. For example, if you feel enthusiastic, your celebration phrases could be, oh my God, I am alive. Thank you for listening. I think we will pause our reading of the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra there for now. An excellent first yukti, as well as an introduction to the commentary in the second part of the book that we're reading in sync. I love both that verse and the commentary, that our author gives. Oh, how wonderful. Focus on that turn between the inhale, which represents our individuality as descending from the source, and the turn between our inhale and exhale, as our exhale represents rising back into spirit, coming into higher consciousness, universal brotherhood, sisterhood. Wonderful. Thank you very much for listening. I look forward to continuing this reading with you next time. Dear Jared, you must say, listening while halfway up the mountain with nothing but the sound of nature is amazing. That does sound amazing. I love that. Well said, dear Michael. Thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we read. Dear Birmingham bro, thank you for your heart meme. Kam Jahnavyay Namah. And dear Artie, thank you for your heart meme. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. And dear Anasak, thank you for your friendship necklace. Om Namo Bhagavate Dakshinamurtaye Mahyam Medham Prajnam Prayacha Swaha. I have a question of the day for all of you. Let me transition to Manana. Today, my question of the day is, what little routine in your life is the most spiritually rewarding for you? I'd love to know. Welcome, dear Andromeda. There are lots of really big steps we can take in life, but sometimes just the little things make the biggest difference. What little parts of your routine are the most spiritually rewarding for you? That can be as simple as, for example, noticing the breath, as Bhairava says in the first yukti that we listened to. Everywhere, shares Kiddo, everything. I love that. They all are profound in their own way. That's beautiful. Listening is a great one, dear Katie. I thank you for listening to me. You never have to. Dear another dude, you share Wim Hof after a workout in a cold shower. I love that. Yeah, that sounds good. Dear Riri, you share lighting candles for the moon. That's beautiful. I like how connected you are with the celestial bodies. Dear kiddo, you share resting and restoring love and compassion. Oh, I love that. Yeah. Although we are an infinite source of love and compassion, these bodies and minds are instruments that do take time to recharge so that they may be able to share more of that love and compassion. Welcome back, dear G. Thank you for your likes, dear Sweet Bee. Much love, dear Artie. Well, those have been beautiful answers so far. I'm really grateful for that. Thank you. I notice there is a natural lull, and I'm perfectly happy with that. We can certainly leave it just there for now, as there's already been such succinct answers. But if you ever had one in the chamber that you want to share before we end this section, you are welcome to. Dear Grand 11, you share sharing love. As simple as that. I like that. Thank you. Cody Jane, you share kindness. Yeah, that's my favorite. Dear G, you share sending love to your beloved. I like that. I feel your love. You are perfectly on time, dear Miss Ash. And you have perfectly arrived 3 hours into the live stream today. Thank you, everyone. I love all these answers. I am happy to pause it there for now, as there does seem to be a natural lull in the conversation. We have been live for 3 hours so far. I imagine many people here are feeling like they've adequately expressed themselves so far, or asked all they needed to ask, and just being here. I'm sure many people are asleep too. Dear Enzo, you ask, is Source in the body-mind, or is Source the body-mind? The body and mind have come from Source, and as such, they rest in Source. Source pervades everything, including our bodies and minds, and every other body and mind. Hello, dear Evie. Welcome back. You're traveling today, shares Isabel's fairy tales. How fun! You're heading to Santa Barbara and having a long day of traveling ahead. Well, I hope you packed lots of snacks. Snacks make traveling go by a little easier. And take your time. Stop to see the wild nature. Lesrujin, you share waking up early to talk to the sun, spending time with the moon just to listen to her. I love that. I've been really enjoying that too recently. I love my sun and moon time. Don Ronkin, you ask, what is Source? Anything that you want it to be. I don't have any particular definition for you, other than the general definition of that which everything comes from. It comes to people in many different forms, including you and I. We have all come from that source. Source is the singularity that the physicists call. Source is the Holy Spirit that the Christians call. I guess source is source to the Scientologist that you are teaching me. Source is Allah to Muslims. Source is Adonai to the Jews. Source is the Dharmakaya to the Buddhists. Source is Brahman to the Hindus. Source is the Tao to the Taoists. Source is the great mystery to many indigenous spiritual traditions. Source is many things all at once. What's the common source? The common source is that which everything has arisen from. The universal impulse or impetus. That's a great word. I love that word. The universal impetus, whatever it is. The very common ground of all existence. Jocelyn, you had added an answer to our question of the day. You share being in the church alone, looking at a stained glass window and lighting a candle. I love those little moments. Yeah, that's beautiful. Eugene, you had added, remembering that you are woven with all you relate, with being pure love throughout infinities. Those are powerful words, Eugene. You know how to pick and choose them. Thank you for that. Dear Evie, you've been struggling with bad mood swings. Despite knowing your spiritual goals, you feel so low. You know it's good for you realistically, but you can't force yourself to feel it. And that's okay. Realistically, you can't expect yourself to be who you want to be immediately. That takes time. And you are exactly where you need to be in that process right now. We all struggle with emotions because we're human. And that's what humans do. But it is in our highest nature to find a way to have a healthy relationship with each emotion. And you are learning that within every part of your swing. Every experience can be one that you can learn from in that way. One simple practice to ground your emotions is literally to be in a large body of water. I mean, humans are almost 3/4 water. There is something physiological about letting the water around us carry some of the weight, both physically and emotionally. Thank you, Grandeleven, for your heartbeat. Radhe Shyam. And dear Kalkiji, thank you for your pair of roses. Om Sadhyo Jatam Prapadyami Sadhyo Jataya Vai Namo Namah Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavaswamam Bhavodbhavaya Namah. Anazek, you add a walk in the forest or by the river, for example. I love that. Being human is silly, shares Wandering Indigo Child. You want to go back? You can retreat back into universal consciousness every time you sleep. Deep sleep, dreamless sleep, or in meditation. A very poetic question. Are we red in tooth and claw or destined for transcendental elevation? I love that. That was so poetic, you're going to have to tell me, what is the symbolism of being red in tooth and claw? I've never heard that before. I assume it has to do with being primal, having very animalistic instincts, because that's what we are. Animals. Why not both? Spiritual world and material world exist simultaneously. They are inseparable. Coming to terms with our very primal and animalistic parts of our human experience is an essential component of our path to transcendental elevation, as you put it. And thank you, dear Amber, for your heartbeat. Vamadevaya Namo Jyeshtaya Namah Shreshtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavikarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikarnaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manon Manaya Namaha. You're very welcome, dear Evie. Yeah, I say hello to your sister. You shared that she isn't spiritual. Well, she is exactly how she's meant to be in this moment. And we are all spirit, whether we recognize that or not. Radhe, Radhe, dear Andromeda's stream. That came from an act of love, dear Kalkiji. I don't know about how the lobsters will fare now that you've rescued them from the store and returned them to the ocean. But I trust that you've done your research in making sure that they have returned to a habitat that they will thrive in. But it's nice that you bought them. That way you honor the person behind the counter and the beings in the counter, the lobsters. Thank you, Amber, for your 10 roses too. Om Aghorebhyo ta Ghorebhyo Aghora Ghore Dharebhya Sarvatah Sarva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Rupebhya. It is silly to try to place ourselves above animals, indeed, dear Isabel's fairy tales. Every animal has a place in their ecosystem that we're all equally a part of. Now, I'd love to do a little intermission before we end with a mantra meditation. Am I growing a beauty mark? Looks like I am. I think it is the pimple. I just noticed that. I was like, oh, I've never noticed a mole there. No, not a mole. It'll come and it'll go. Let's read from the poetry of the lawyer termed Sufi mystic. You know who he is. It's time for another episode of Ruminations. Let's read from some of the poetry of Rumi in the Pocket Rumi. This poem is called Love Ends All Arguments. I like it already. Dear soul, love alone cuts arguments short, for it alone comes to the rescue. When you cry for help against disputes, eloquence is dumbfounded by love. It dares not wrangle, for the lover fears that, if they answer back, the pearl of inner experience might fall out of their mouth. Off to a good start. Love ends all arguments. I like that. Very nice coming from Rumi, since he is a lawyer by trade. He made his money doing litigation. So it's very nice to hear a lawyer recognize that. We need more lawyers like that, I think. This poem is called The Guest House. Darling, the body is a guest house. Every morning someone new arrives. Don't say, oh, another weight around my neck, or your guest will fly back into nothingness. Whatever enters your heart is a guest from the invisible world. Entertain it well. Every day and every moment a thought comes like an honored guest into your heart. My soul, regard each thought as a person, for every person's true value is in the quality of thought they hold. If a sorrowful thought stands in the way, it is also preparing the way for joy. It furiously sweeps your house clean in order that some new joy may appear from the source. It scatters the withered leaves from the bough of the heart in order that fresh green leaves might grow. It uproots the old joy so that a new joy may enter from beyond. Sorrow pulls up the rotten root that was hidden from sight. Whatever sorrow takes away or causes the heart to sacrifice, it puts something better in its place, especially for one who is certain that sorrow is the servant of the intuitive. Without the frown of clouds and lightning, the vines would be burned by the smiling sun. Both good and bad luck become guests in your heart, like planets traveling from sign to sign. When something transits your sign, adapt yourself and be as harmonious as its ruling sign, so that when it rejoins the moon, it will speak kindly to the Lord of the heart. Whenever sorrows come again, meet it with smiles and laughter, saying, O my Creator, save me from its harm. Do not deprive me of its good. Lord, remind me to be thankful. Let me feel no regret if its benefit passes away. And if the pearl is not in sorrow's hand, let it go and still be pleased. Increase your sweet practice. Your practice will benefit you at another time. Someday your need will suddenly be fulfilled. Thank you for listening to those 3 poems by Rumi. Love ends all arguments. The Guest House. Oh, it was just two. Yeah. No, I felt like the last poem was split in two. But no, that was just two beautiful poems. Love Ends All Arguments and The Guest House. Thank you very much for listening. I look forward to continuing from the Mahtnawi section of the Pocket Rumi with you next time. Oh, how I love Rumi. Thank you for listening, dear Anasag. I love that wandering indigo child. Well said. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your septet of roses. Tatpurushaya vidmahe mahadevaya dhimahi tanno vishnu tanno rudra prachodayat. Thank you, dear Wandergo. Wandergo. I made a portmanteau of your name, Wandering Indigo. Thank you for the mark of love. Ishan sarva vidyanam ishwar sarva bhutanam brahmadipati brahmanodhipatir brahma shivo me astu sa eva sada shiva om. And thank you, dear Anasek, for your pair of finger hearts. Bhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Hello, dear Hex. All is forgiven. Sufis are a special group indeed. Ah, the mystical branches of religion. Dear Maddie, you're wondering, what is it that I am saying? I am saying various mantras. For example, that last one was the Gayatri Mantra, dedicated to the sun. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. We could spend a lifetime on any word in particular. They're such mystical syllables. Om, salutations to creation, preservation, dissolution, to the earth, to the sky, to the celestial plane, to the body, to the mind, and to the soul. Tat saviturvarenyam. There we find that sun, worthy of reverence. Bhargo devasya dhimahi. Remover of ignorance in the form of darkness. Feminine divine, we meditate upon. Dhiyo yonah prachodayat. Impel our intellects. And in what direction? Well, then it loops back into the beginning. Om bhur bhuva swaha. From our bodies to the mind to the spirit, etc., etc. Very ancient, that one is. In fact, that was a favorite mantra of the Buddha. The Buddha said, there is no mantra quite like the Gayatri. It's a favorite of mine too. Where's my shirt from? Asks Sid. It's from a store called Yak Attack, which is a Nepalese store. This shirt was made in Nepal. That's wonderful, dear Maddie. Dawn, you share off topic. You would like to put a foot outside the duvet because it feels good, but you're afraid of monsters. I know the feeling. Yeah, right? You put the covers on and you're boiling hot. You take the covers off and you're freezing cold. But you stick your foot out. Temperature's good, but you're terrified of the monsters. Well, let me tell you that if the monsters had a good look at your foot, P.U. They should be afraid of you. They're going to be running back down under the bed. So you got nothing to worry about. Yeah, your stanky foot is gonna repel all the monsters. Don't you worry. I'm just joking. Make friends with the monsters under the bed. Check out what's under there. Spend a little time under there. What you can do is you can put sacred things under your bed, and it makes you feel like that space is sanctified. You can write a mantra and put it under your bed or under your pillow. You can have a drawing of something, a holy image, or even a mala underneath your bed. That can signal to your mind that that space under there is not full of unknown demons and monsters and ghouls and ghosts, but a place of worship, and you'll attract good spirits. You're welcome, dear Dawn. I'm sure you have lovely feet, by the way. If it needs to be said. I don't need to see them. Anyway, let's end with a meditation mantra. Who sent that? Thank you, Juliana, for your heart meme. Dear Andromeda, you share you heard Bruce Lee had a mirror under his bed to reflect his chi back at him. Wow, I've never heard of that before. I love that idea, actually. Put a mirror under your bed. That's great. Brilliant. I love that. I'm glad you like the sound bowl, dear Riri. Riri, can you guess what chakra this is? Last time you were able to intuit which one it was. Yeah. Can you guess which chakra is this singing bowl, this frequency dedicated to? Hello, dear Nefer. You're funny, Hex. Crown or Ajna? You are very close. It is the upper chakras. It is the Vishuddha chakra, specifically. In the throat. But maybe that's a good sign for you that your Vishuddha is so open that you feel the energy pour out into your third eye and crown. Also very close, Maddie, with the heart just below it. Okay, I think it's time for a meditation. We just reached 3333. 33333 in terms of duration of this live stream. Good time to end it, and if you want to stick around for the next 15 minutes, we'll be doing a mantra meditation. Someone left a funny comment that I needed something in the background besides my voice while we do our mantra meditations. Normally I like to mute it, just in case I'm not in harmony with the music. But to that commenter out there, I hear you, I feel you, I see you. We'll leave the music on this time in the background. 50 or 15, asks Rary. 15, 1-5, I assume this mantra will take. It might be a little faster or a little longer. I look forward to going through it with you. Today we continue going through the Kamika Agama, the ancient Dravidian scripture, which in the second chapter expresses the meanings of every single sound in Sanskrit. We've been going through the vowels. We've done all of the regular vowels. Now we're on to the consonantal allophones, the anuswara and the visarga, which definitely aren't going to be vowels that almost any other language are familiar with. The anuswara is the nasalization. And because most bija sounds, the seed syllables which mantras are based around, end with an anuswara, this is going to be a very unique sounding bija, as it's a double anuswara. Kind of like saying, It's said that this sound is associated with a form of Shiva known as Mahesha, which breaks down into the Sanskrit Maha, meaning great, and Isha, meaning ruler or lord. So Mahesha, meaning great lord. It's a very commonly understood form of the divine as a kind of authoritative figure. I think we're often familiar with that in the West, but do know that the authority is not in the sense of commanding the morals of the people, that kind of Mahesha. Mahesha is more like the great lord in the sense of the universal role model. So we look up to the universal role model in this mantra. The mantra is Maheshaya Namah. I've added some pronunciation pointers for the IASD, the International Alphabet of Sanskrit Transliteration. For example, we've got 3 long vowels, O, E, and A. Then there's an H in there in Maheshaya. One thing to know about the Sanskrit H is that it's voiced. What does that mean? It's not just your breath, but you vibrate with your voice. Ha, 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 maha, rather than maha. And of course there is the M with a dot under it at the end of Om. That's the regular anuswara. And then we have the M with a dot above it in the bija. That's the double nasal, the anunasika. And then finally we end with a visarga, the expulsion of breath, the H with a dot under it, the mini exhale. Namah, namah. One more time. That's sorry, pardon me. Maheshaya Namah. 2 more associations. The sound is also associated with the color red, as per the color of the text on the screen. And it is said that this bija has the power of sukha pradam, meaning it has the power to bestow happiness. So it's considered a happiness mantra. Without further ado, we'll chant it 108 times together. And I'll do so on my Rudraksha Mala, which is dedicated to Shiva. We'll count on these prayer beads so that we don't have to manually count out each repetition. Without further ado. Maheshaya Namah. 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 Maheshaya Maheshaya Namah. 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 Om 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 Maheshaya Maheshaya Namaha. 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 Salutations to the great role model, Mahesha. May we rest in the happiness that your beloved Bija Mantra has invoked in us. May we feel the love of that red elixir. And may we long to be role models ourselves. Thank you for meditating with us. That concludes our meditation, And that concludes our live stream. So thank you very much for participating. Today was a good almost 4-hour live stream. My goodness. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Wandering Indigo Child, for the rosa that you sent whilst we meditated. Om Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanda Rudraya Vira Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Aghora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. And thank you, dear Jennifer, for your heart meme. Vadhanaya Namaha. Of course, you may ask, why did I start doing these lives earlier, dear Wandering Indigo Child? Because I like to start my day with a live stream, assuming I get my morning routine done with. And so I've been waking up earlier. I used to wake up way late in the day, in the afternoons and evenings, and now I'm waking up in the mornings and able to do these live streams soon after, in the late morning or early afternoon. We started a little later today, but it's due to my sleep cycle being better. Yeah. Thank you, dear Adri. Thank you for the reminder to drink water, dear Wandering Indigo Child. And remember, dear Elisha, that as long as we approach the cultures of the world with honor, sanctity, and respect, that each one deserves to be shared and celebrated. Yes, I am in the country north of that, dear Wandering Indigo. When do I wake up now? I wake up around 8 in the morning on average, plus or minus. I don't set an alarm, so it can vary. But I'd like to wake up even earlier, and maybe one day I can rise with Brahma Muhurta, the hour of God. You wake up late in the morning or early afternoon? Well, I'm sure we can relate in having so much of that experience together, dear Native Witch. I was never a morning person either, until I discovered how much I loved the sun and how much I missed it. And oh my goodness, I can't get enough of it anymore. What's the hour of God? Asks Adri. The hour of God is when the rays of light are parallel from the sun to the horizon, meaning that the sun has not yet even come over the horizon, but the sky is being illuminated. This is before dawn, pre-dawn, in the hours of 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., depending on where you are in latitude. It's the most sattvic hour. The greatest spiritual breakthroughs can happen just before dawn if you rise at that hour. Most bodies actually naturally wake up around that hour too. Most of us just go back to sleep like immediately. You know, you wake up in the middle of the night, pre-dawn, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Your body wants to wake up at that hour because it's ready to receive spiritual transmission, for instance. Your eyes keep fluttering at 5 in the morning, dear G. Oh, there you go. How did I change it, asks Wandering Indigo Child. Just willpower? You're a night owl, but you would love to be a morning person. The biggest change was picking a time to go to bed earlier. Because you can't expect to wake up earlier if you don't go to bed earlier, right? It sounds obvious, and it's like we all know that, but honestly, I never truly utilized that simple piece of information. So as soon as I went, all right, the first night that I did this, it was, all right, I'm gonna be off my phone at 12 a.m. Midnight, I'm gonna turn off my lights, and I'm gonna have nothing to do other than go to bed. And so I fell asleep. It took a while the first night. I'm sure I spent just an hour just staring up into the darkness. But every night that I did that, it started getting easier. And when you rise at an earlier time than your body is used to, have a good morning routine that's energizing. Even if you feel very tired when you open your eyes, it's possible and quite likely that you won't feel tired after a good 30 minutes of your morning routine. So even if you wake up earlier than you're used to and you're so exhausted, that doesn't mean you're gonna feel exhausted the whole day. That was something I learned, that if you just get out of bed, I pray, I wash my face, I drink a cup of warm water, and I go for a walk. At the end of that walk, and I feed myself, I'm feeling energized. It's like I didn't even need that sleep that my body thought I needed because I woke up feeling exhausted. But truly, I just needed a good morning routine that transitions me into my waking day. Then I'm ready. If you can trust in that your energy will come even though you're feeling tired now, then you can get out of bed and go to bed earlier too. And that's exactly why if you stay up late, you may stop being tired at 3 or 4 in the morning too, and get your second wind. And Ezek, you ask, what's the time in my country? Well, my country is the second largest in the world, so we've got lots of different time zones. Here on the West Coast, it's 6:44 p.m. I built the habit indeed, dear Wandering Indigo. Yeah. And it didn't take that long, honestly. Just a few days of putting in the effort, I had the feeling like I knew that the struggle was over with and I could live being a morning person now. It was amazing, that feeling. I wish I could convey that feeling to you after the third day of rising, like, yeah, I can do this every day. I want to do this. I loved that. Yeah. And you start earlier so you can go to bed earlier too. It works that way as well. Yeah, that's true. You could just move to a time zone where you're already sleeping with your circadian rhythm. Thank you, dear Jason, for your subscription. Om Bhagavalinyai Namaha. Yeah, you gotta learn to love your days just as much, if not more, than you love sleep. Ah, I see, dear Anizek. I think it'll come naturally for you. You need that rest right now, and that's good. When you have that aspiration arise within you, that you can't get enough of your days, I'm sure that you'll naturally rise earlier. That aspiration rose naturally within me. It didn't come from me comparing myself with anyone. It didn't come from me being hard on myself or doubting my habits. It didn't come from any negativity. It came from self-love. And when that love arises within you, it'll be your natural next step too. Yeah, right? The silence of the night is so lovely too. That's why the yogis don't sleep. They meditate. They do yoga nidra and they enter states of rejuvenation. Maybe they sleep 2 hours a night, but then before and after they meditate, so that they get to experience the beauty of the night and the day. And that's wonderful. No, I've not read that, dear Oswald, but I think I have that book. I would love to learn more about Marilyn Monroe. She was definitely an icon. Dear Fairy Brat. If you aspire to be a yogi, there's ways of getting rest without sleep. This is true. Deep meditation can be 4 times more rejuvenating than deep sleep. Meaning that you can meditate for 1/4 of the time of your sleep cycle and be conscious 24 hours. And then you are really making the most out of life. But baby steps, baby steps. I'm not at that level yet. Not at all. No, I still sleep 9 hours a night. I'm not at that place. Take care of your body. Yeah. Nope, you're a yogi now. Too late. Or a yogini. I love the feminine term of yogi. Yogini. Rhymes with Houdini. And Houdini. It's kind of like a yogini. Anyway. Native Witch, you share you're bad at staying conscious when you meditate. No. You're good at falling asleep when you meditate. You're great at using meditation for sleep. Yeah. Alright, that's the end of today's live stream. Thank you everyone for coming here. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. If there's any way in which I can make this space more inclusive for you or anyone next time, please let me know. Everybody, may this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityormamritangamaya Shanti 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 Harihi Tat Sat. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Thank you, Dawn. I wish you all a lucid waking. May you realize when you are dreaming just as vividly as you realize when you are waking. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.